Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. Another state caught the same tall shape standing under the trees. I am not sending this to you because I think you can fix anything for me. I know how this sounds. Weird lights in the sky, shadow in the security footage. Small town guy thinks he saw an alien. I used to make fun of stories like that. I work retail. I listen to long-haul truckers and drunks at 2 in the morning. I know the difference between a real problem and a story someone tells because they are lonely. This is not that. When this started, I was 23 years old, working the night shift at a tiny gas station off Route 19 in West Virginia. The kind with 4 pumps, flickering neon under a rusted canopy, and a break room that smelled like burnt coffee, fryer oil, and whatever had died inside the mop bucket months ago. My whole world, from 10 at night to 6 in the morning, was the hum of the coolers behind me, the rattle of the ice machine in the corner, and the soft ding of the door chime when someone came in for cigarettes or cheap coffee. It was just another dead Friday night. No storms, no weird weather, no power lines down. 1 minute, I was counting singles in the till, listening to the AC drone overhead and some country song on the radio. The next minute, the whole world outside the front windows flashed a color I did not even have a word for. Not lightning, not fire. A sick electric green that turned the pumps, the concrete, even my own hands a different shade for about 3 seconds. 3 seconds, and then a low thump somewhere beyond the hill behind the station. I remember laughing under my breath. Okay, meteor, I said to myself. Cool light show. I did not run outside screaming. I did not pull out my phone to film it. I checked the pumps, wrote down the numbers, and tried to pretend my heart had not started beating wrong in my chest. If it had ended there, you would not be hearing this. Because almost 10 years later, in a completely different state, in a 3rd-floor apartment with a totally different job and a totally different life, I got a notification on my phone at 1 in the morning. Motion detected. Parking lot. Person. When I opened the live feed from my security camera and paused on a single frozen frame, I saw that same impossible shape standing under a line of trees hundreds of miles away from that gas station. And that was the moment I stopped calling what I saw a meteor. I am sitting in my kitchen in Columbus, Ohio, while I tell you this. It is sometime after midnight. I am not going to check the exact time because I already know what I will see on the screen, and I am tired of that number looking back at me. The kitchen is the only room with a light on. It is one of those old, yellow ceiling bulbs that makes everything look a little bit sick. The laminate counter is peeling at the corners. There is a stack of cheap plastic grocery bags shoved into the gap between the fridge and the wall. A half-finished cup of gas station coffee sits next to my laptop, the surface of it gone cold and forming a thin, oily skin. Around me, the apartment does what old buildings do best. It hums and ticks and breathes in mechanical little gasps. The air conditioner in the living room pushes out a steady, low rattle that you only notice once it stops. The fridge at my back growls, then quiets, then makes that sharp little click as the compressor shuts off. Somewhere in the wall, one of the pipes knocks as if a neighbor just slammed a cabinet too hard. Under all of that, like a second skin, is the distant rush of the interstate. I live a few blocks from I-70, not close enough to see it from the window, but close enough that it is always there. A soft, constant hiss of tires on concrete. Every now and then, a semi roars a little louder, and for half a second my brain tells me it is thunder. Before I remember, I have barely seen a real storm since I moved here. I am telling you all this because the sounds matter. The noise is important. You will understand why later. I am writing this for your channel because I do not know what else to do with it. The cops do not want it. A therapist would tell me to reframe the trauma and ask if I have tried breathing exercises. My friends, what is left of them, just shift in their chairs and look at their phones until I change the subject. But your audience? The people who listen to long, late-night horror stories about gas stations and highways and cameras and woods, they might not believe me either, but at least they know how to sit still with something that does not have a happy ending. So this is for you, or for whoever has this playing in the background while they do dishes or drive home from work in the dark. I am not trying to convince you of anything. I just want this to exist somewhere outside my head, so that if it ever happens to you, you will recognize it a second sooner than I did. It happened almost 10 years ago, in a tiny town in West Virginia, not far from Flatwoods. Back then, I thought I had just seen something weird in the sky. Now, I am not sure it ever stopped looking back. Right now, I am 33. I work the morning shift at a convenience store that smells like burnt coffee and powdered creamer. I make barely enough to cover rent on this third-floor walk-up and a car that starts more often than it does not. On my days off, I watch local news, play cheap horror videos on my phone, and pretend not to scroll the comments. I am not an alien guy. I do not have a wall of red string and newspaper clippings. I do not own a telescope. If you ask the people who know me to describe me in one sentence, they would probably say something like, he is quiet, he works a lot, and he always pays on time. I used to laugh at UFO stories. Whenever the news did a segment on mysterious lights in the sky, I would roll my eyes and wait for the inevitable follow-up about weather balloons, or a training exercise, or drunk hunters. I thought the people calling in were lonely, or bored, or just wanted their names on TV for a night. That is the version of me that walked into the night shift at the gas station almost a decade ago. The version that believed every weird thing had a tired, boring explanation if you zoomed out far enough. I miss that idiot. Hold on. Listen. The ice maker just kicked in. In my kitchen, the noises arrive in layers. The fridge purrs. The AC drones. The ice maker groans and spits a few cubes into the plastic bin with a hollow clatter. Down the hall, my neighbor's TV leaks a faint blur of voices through the thin drywall. It always sounds like a game show, no matter what they are actually watching. Above me, someone's bathroom fan hums on and off in lazy intervals. If I shut this laptop and just sit here, I can list them all. The buzzing light, the low whir of the hard drive, the wheeze of the vent over the stove. None of it is pleasant exactly, but it is human. It is civilization announcing itself over and over. We are here. We are working. We have not stopped yet. The first time I noticed how they all line up, how they overlap, was not in this apartment. It was in that gas station in West Virginia, with the flickering neon and the dead-end parking lot. But these days, I cannot unhear it anywhere. There is a moment once or twice a day, when every single one of those sounds stops at the same time. Not for long. A second, two, maybe less, just long enough for the room to feel wrong. The fridge takes a breath. The AC cycle finishes. The neighbor's TV flicks to an ad and goes quiet. The pipes decide they have knocked enough for now. In that sliver of emptiness, the building is not humming or clicking or doing anything at all. Most people do not notice it. Their brains edit it out as just a quiet moment. I used to be one of those people. Now, when it happens, every muscle in my body tenses before I even know why. I hold my breath. My fingers freeze over the keys. Because that is when it moves. Not the fridge. Not the AC. It. You will think I am being dramatic. That is fine. I would have thought the same thing 10 years ago. So I am going to try this one more time, slowly, and tell it straight. No jumps, no edits, no making it sound nicer than it was. I say one more time, because this is not the first time I have tried to write this down. I have opened this document before, in this exact kitchen, with the same stupid yellow light buzzing overhead. I have set my fingers on the keyboard and typed the same sentences about the gas station, and the hill, and the fire in the sky. And every single time, something in this apartment has cut me off. The first time, the light over the sink flickered so hard it blew the breaker, and I had to spend 40 minutes in the dark with my phone flashlight between my teeth, cursing in the hallway while I reset it. By the time the power came back, the file on my laptop was corrupted. Unexpected shutdown, it said, even though the battery was still at 60%. The second time, I was halfway through the first paragraph when the camera app on my phone started sending me motion alerts over and over, nonstop. Balcony, parking lot, hallway. When I opened the feed, there was nothing, just grainy black and white static, like an old TV with no channel. The alert stopped the minute I closed the document. The last time, I did not even make it that far. I clicked into the blank page, heard every machine in the apartment go silent at once, and from the other side of the glass balcony door, I heard one slow, dragging sound, like something heavy and wet being pulled across concrete. Just once. Just long enough for me to understand that I was not ready to tell this yet. Maybe tonight it will let me finish. Maybe it is closer now, and it does not care whether I talk about it or not. Either way, the kitchen is humming again. The fridge has started up. The AC is buzzing. The ice maker is done complaining. For the moment, there is enough noise to keep me company. So I am going to keep typing until the next time everything goes quiet. The town I grew up in was the kind of place you miss by accident. If you blink at the wrong time on US Route 19, all you see is a blur of a few brick storefronts, a church steeple, and a sagging billboard for some injury lawyer you will never call. One traffic light that changed more out of habit than necessity. A diner with a parking lot that was always half full, never empty, never packed. The main street was a short strip of red brick buildings that all looked like they had been copy-pasted from the same tired sketch. There was a thrift store with mannequins whose wigs never sat right, a barber shop that smelled like talc and old aftershave, a hardware store that sold more gossip than actual tools. At the end of the strip, just before the road bent back toward the highway, was the little 24/7 gas station where I spent most of my 20s awake while everyone else was asleep. It was not much to look at. 4 pumps out front, 2 on each side. the paint on the numbers worn down from years of hands and weather. A low concrete island with black rubber guards that had been hit and scraped by so many trucks that they looked like bruises. Above it all, a metal canopy with a line of buzzing neon tubes, the red and white stripes flickering just enough to make you think it might all go out if you stared at it too hard. Inside, the floor was faded checkerboard tile, permanently sticky no matter how much we mopped. One long glass front cooler ran along the back wall, humming and rattling and breathing out cold air that smelled like old beer, spilled soda, and plastic. The break room at the back was barely a room at all. Just a narrow space with a metal table, a microwave whose interior had witnessed crimes, and a coffee machine that wheezed like it had emphysema. The whole place always smelled like three things at once: oil, burnt coffee, and freezer burn. You could work there for years and never get that combination entirely out of your clothes. My shift was 10 at night to 6 in the morning. The owner called it the graveyard, like that made it sound cool. But really, it was just lonely. There were long stretches where it was just me, the hum of the coolers, and whatever minor tragedy the local radio station chose to talk about between country songs and church announcements. I was not completely alone, though. There were 3 people who passed through often enough that they might as well have punched a time card. First was Mark. Mark was a couple of years older than me, big-shouldered from working at the lumber yard outside town, always dusted in sawdust no matter what time it was. He was the kind of guy who drove an old F-150 he swore he would fix up someday, and meant it. He came in most nights at the start of my shift to grab a can of Monster and a pack of cigarettes, leaning on the counter while I rang him up, talking about nothing in particular. He had that kind of casual confidence small-town guys get when they know everyone, when they have done the same hunting seasons and fishing trips as their fathers and uncles. He had stories about weird noises in the woods at 3 in the morning, about seeing eyes shine back at him from the tree line when he knew there should not have been anything there. When he told those stories, his mouth curved like it was a joke, but his eyes always looked past me, out toward the dark beyond the pumps. Then there was Tyler, his cousin. Tyler was 17, all elbows and hoodie strings, always one step away from either a fight or a bad decision. He worshipped Mark, of course. He also worshipped every trashy UFO YouTube channel the dial-up internet in his trailer could load. When he came in, he went straight for the Slurpee machine, then for the candy aisle, then for my patience. "Dude, did you see the new video?" he would ask, leaning over the counter with his sugary drink. "Lights over Kansas. Military's totally covering it up." I would grunt, or tell him he needed to stop believing anybody with a microphone and a spooky thumbnail. He would grin and tell me I was just mad nothing weird ever happened around here. It was like tempting fate, but back then, fate was just a word in movies. Jess was the last regular piece of my night. She worked across the road at the little pizza place that stayed open until midnight on weekends and 10 on weekdays. On slow nights, once the ovens were shut off and the boss had gone home, she would walk over with a cardboard box of leftover slices, the grease soaking through onto a napkin. In exchange, I would forget to ring up her energy drink or toss a pack of cigarettes onto the counter with a raised eyebrow and a quiet, "You know I am not supposed to do this." She had tired eyes for someone our age, always smudged at the corners with eyeliner she never quite took off. She knew every piece of gossip in town, every affair, every divorce, every DUI, because the people involved eventually sat in a red vinyl booth at her place and spilled it without meaning to. The four of us, me, Mark, Tyler, Jess, were not exactly a squad, but in a town that small, you did not have to like each other to get stuck orbiting around the same few places. The gas station, the pizza shop, the lumber yard, the high school, the church parking lot where everyone smoked in the far corner on Friday nights. That was the whole universe. Most nights, on my shift, nothing happened. And that was the point. I would step behind the counter, clock in, check the pumps on the little monitor, print out the shift report, and wipe down surfaces that would be sticky again within the hour. The radio would murmur about farm reports and high school football scores. Every time the door opened, the little bell above it would ring out a tired ding, and some stranger or regular would trudge in, dragging the night in with them. Every sound had its place. The soft clack of the lottery ticket machine, the endless, breathy drone of the cooler fans, the distant hiss of Route 19 outside, truck tires on asphalt, sometimes a motorcycle whining past like a mosquito with anger issues. When nobody was there, I would walk the aisles, straightening chips, front-facing soda bottles, listening to my footsteps echo on the tile. I knew every creak of the building. I knew that if the AC kicked off, the neon outside seemed louder, its faint buzz leaking in through the glass like a trapped fly. There were small things that, in hindsight, should have felt wrong sooner. There was the night Mark came in later than usual, his face pale under the fluorescent lights, sawdust clinging to his hair. He dropped his monster on the counter and stared out past the pumps. "Went out to check my stands before season," he said, not quite looking at me. "Up off the ridge. You ever been in the woods when they go quiet?" I shrugged. "Quiet is quiet?" He shook his head a little. "No. I mean, like, they were loud, you know? Crickets, frogs, all that. Then one minute, everything just shut off, like somebody hit mute. No wind in the trees, no bugs, nothing. Felt like standing in a picture instead of a real forest. Lasted, I don't know, 10 seconds? Maybe less? Then it all came back at once." He laughed when he said it, but the laugh had an edge. I told him it was probably just him freaking himself out. He said maybe, but he stayed at the counter a little longer that night, watching the dark outside, like he was waiting for something to step into the light. Another time, it was not the woods. It was the station itself. I was alone, around 3 in the morning, that dead hour when it feels like even the highway has decided to sleep. I was wiping down the coffee area, listening to the radio buzz through some ad about farm equipment, when the neon outside flickered hard enough that I looked up. For one heartbeat, the whole station went black. The neon cut. The overhead lights blinked out. The hum of the coolers fell off a cliff. The AC stopped mid-breath. It should have felt like a power outage, but it did not. I could still see, barely. The register screen glowed a sickly green. The emergency exit sign over the back door burned red. It was not the lights going that got to me. It was the silence. No cooler fan, no compressor, no radio, no highway. Just the sound of my own breath and that ugly, artificial green glow. And the ringing in my ears that comes after a concert, like my brain was trying to fill in the missing noise. Then just as quickly, everything snapped back. The neon buzzed to life. The coolers groaned. The radio jumped back in mid-sentence, like it had never stopped. I stood there with the dish rag in my hand, staring at the row of coffee cups, and told myself It was a glitch, a fluke, old wiring, or the power company playing games. An almost outage. It happened a few weeks before the fireball. I did not connect those two things at the time. Why would I? To me, it was just another weird, forgettable night in a place where nothing ever really happened. Later, when I thought back on it from this kitchen in Columbus, with my own appliances cutting out in the dark, I realized something that made my skin crawl. That night in the station, when every piece of noisy, humming machinery shut off together, it had lasted almost exactly 1 second. The same length of time the building goes dead quiet now, right before I feel like something is all the way up the hill and almost to my door. It happened on a Friday, early September, the kind of night that was supposed to feel like fall, but did not. The air should have been sharp and cool by then, but it hung heavy and wet, like summer refusing to leave. The parking lot outside the station looked almost fake in the heat haze. The halo around each of the overhead lamps smeared like someone had rubbed the air with greasy fingers. It was a little before 10 o'clock. I remember because I was standing behind the counter with the drawer open, counting the crumpled bills from the early evening rush. The register light cast everything in that sickly green glow that makes $1 bills and $20 bills all look the same for a second until your eyes adjust. The radio was on low behind me, some country song whining about heartbreak and trucks. The AC was working harder than it should have had to in September, pumping out air that was more loud than cold. The coolers hummed along the back wall in layered tones, each compressor a slightly different pitch. The ice maker in the corner groaned, then spat a load of cubes into the bin with a hollow crash that made me flinch, even though I heard it 100 times a night. Outside, through the big front windows, the lot was mostly empty. One sedan at pump 3, unattended, probably someone who had already finished and forgotten to pull forward. A single bug-dotted streetlight at the edge of the property buzzed like it was full of bees. I was mid-count, thumb sliding over paper, when the world changed color. It was like someone put a filter over the station. 1 second, everything outside the glass was the usual yellow-white smear of sodium lamps and neon. The next, the entire parking lot flashed a deep electric green. Not the soft green of a traffic light or a glow stick. This was sharp, chemical, the color of antifreeze under a flashlight. The light came from above, but it felt like it came from everywhere. It poured through the windows, bled over the shelves, washed over my hands. Every reflective surface caught it and multiplied it. The chrome on the coffee machine went green. The plastic fronts of the snack racks went green. The glass doors on the coolers behind me flared with it, so bright for a heartbeat that I could see myself reflected there. My own face tinted a sick, alien color. Eyes wide, mouth half open over a half-counted stack of bills. My shadow stretched long across the tile, warped and thin, reaching for the front doors. The radio cut out mid-verse. The AC gave one last rattling breath and went silent. The cooler's hum dropped away, as if someone had thrown a switch. In that instant, all the machinery of the building, everything that made noise, everything that made this place feel alive, just stopped. The world held its breath. I realized later that I held mine too. Then, through the front windows, past the pumps and the lot and the dark strip of road, I saw the thing that made the green. Up above the town, cutting across the sky from left to right, was a streak of light. It was not a shooting star. Shooting stars are quick, graceful, a brief scratch on the black. This thing tore the sky open. It was thick, like a glowing cable being dragged across the firmament. The core of it was white hot, but around that was a halo of that same violent green, burning brighter than anything I had ever seen in real life. It left a trail behind it that seemed to hang for a second, a smeared afterimage, like the way old CRT televisions would burn a shape into your eyes. It moved fast, but not so fast that I could not follow it. My head turned automatically, tracking its path. It arced down toward the line of dark trees that marked the rise of the hill beyond the high school. For one moment, the canopy of leaves there was lit from above, every branch and trunk thrown into sharp relief in that unnatural green glow. Then the light vanished behind the tree line. The sky went back to black. In the silence that followed, there was a sound, not a bang, not an explosion. It was a low, distant thump, so deep I felt it in my chest more than I heard it, like someone had dropped something unimaginably heavy onto soft ground far away. I realized I had been standing perfectly still, one hand full of bills, the other braced on the counter. My skin prickled with goose flesh despite the heat. I waited for the coolers to kick back on, for the radio to resume, for the AC to groan to life. Nothing did. For a long second, longer than was comfortable, the gas station was a picture instead of a place. Then all at once, noise surged back. The AC coughed and resumed its endless wheeze. The coolers rumbled into their overlapping chorus. The ice maker gurgled like it was catching up on something it had missed. The radio cut back in, right where it had left off. The singer's drawl pinched, as if nothing had happened. A late-night DJ's voice followed, too chipper, talking about some folks calling in about a weird light in the sky. If you saw it, give us a ring. The bell over the door chimed. The sliding glass door at the entrance sputtered open, and Mark stumbled in from the night like someone had shoved him. His face looked wrong under the fluorescence, all edges and sweat, his pupils huge. "Tell me you saw that," he said, pointing back over his shoulder toward the road. His voice came out too loud in my ears, like the room had not caught up with the sound yet. "I saw something," I said. My own voice sounded far away, over the hill, green. He let out a breath that was half laugh and half curse. Sawdust clung to his shirt like pale confetti. His F-150 idled in the lot behind him, headlights still on, engine rumbling faintly through the glass. "Man, I was coming up 19, he said, walking up to the counter without taking his eyes off the windows. "It went right over the highway. I thought it was going to land on my truck. I've seen meteors before, but that..." He broke off, shaking his head. "That was not normal." "Maybe it was a plane," I offered weakly. "Or some kind of, I don't know, flare, satellite." "Satellites don't make the whole goddamn forest glow," he snapped, then winced at his own tone. "Sorry, You felt that? When everything cut out?" "Yeah," I said. I looked around, as if the machines might decide to shut up again just because we had mentioned it. Power blip, I guess. He was quiet for a moment, jaw working like he was chewing on something that would not go down. Outside, the night looked the same as it always did, but it did not feel the same. It felt thinner, like there was less between us and whatever was standing on the other side of all that dark. "You think we should check it out?" he asked finally. I stared at him. "Check what out?" "Where it came down," he said. "Back behind the school, up on the hill. If that was a plane or something, Somebody might be hurt. You really want to see on the news tomorrow they found a wreck and no one stopped to help? The stupid thing is, that argument worked. Of course it worked. It was easier in that moment to believe in a small human emergency than in anything bigger. A downed plane, a crashed crop duster, some idiot firing illegal fireworks into the tree line. Those were problems with procedures and phone numbers attached. Something you could do something about. The idea that something else had ridden that green fire down out of the sky and was now sitting in the woods behind our town, waiting, did not even form fully in my head yet. It just brushed the back of my thoughts like the wing of a moth, cold and insistent. I can't just leave the station, I said automatically. I'm on shift. Mark glanced around the empty store. There was no one at the pumps, no one in line, just rows of chips and candy and stale pastries aging under the glass of the warmer. The clock on the wall ticked over to 9:54 p.m. 10 minutes, he said. 15, tops. We drive up, take a look. If there's nothing, we come back. If there is, we call it in. You'll be back before anyone even notices you're gone. He made it sound easy. He always did. I hesitated, feeling the bills in my hand start to stick together as my palms sweat. I thought about the DJ on the radio asking people to call in. I thought about the sound of that low, distant thump. And I thought about the silence when everything had gone off at once. Fine, I heard myself say. Give me a second. I shoved the money back into the drawer and slammed it shut. I flipped the little sign in the window that said, open to the side, that read, restroom cleaning. Back in 10 minutes, even though we both knew that was a lie. I checked that the pumps were set to auto-authorize with cards only. I glanced up at the security camera in the corner and watched the little red light blink, reassuring and useless. I pulled my phone from my pocket to text the owner, a quick message about a possible crash behind the school, about stepping out for a few minutes. The screen was black. I pressed the side button. Nothing. I frowned, pressed it again. The battery had been at 70% an hour ago. Great, I muttered. Now my phone's dead too. I stuffed it back into my pocket and followed Mark out into the night. The air outside felt thicker, somehow, as if that green light had left something behind that you could not see but could almost taste on your tongue. His truck waited under the canopy lights, paint dull, windshield smeared with bug streaks and road dust. The engine idled with a low, uneven rumble, one headlight slightly dimmer than the other. I climbed into the passenger seat, the vinyl warm from the daytime heat, and slammed the door. The station shrank behind us in the rearview mirror as Mark put the truck in drive and pulled out onto the road. The radio in his dash hissed with a faint, constant static, like it was trying to find a station and failing. He turned the knob. The noise did not change. Guess the meteor fried something, he joked weakly. We turned off the main road toward the high school, the truck's headlights cutting a tunnel through the dark. Gravel crunched under the tires as we started up the narrow road that wound around the back of the property toward the hill. The canopy of trees on either side closed in, swallowing the last of the town's streetlights behind us. As the incline grew steeper, the engine strained. The radio static deepened, the hiss resolving into faint, broken syllables that never quite became words. Somewhere under my thigh, my phone shifted in my pocket. Then, just as the truck's front tires hit the first real bump in the climb, my phone buzzed violently against my leg. It did not just vibrate, it jolted, like something had grabbed it from the inside and shaken it once, hard. Heat bloomed through the fabric of my jeans, sharp enough to make me flinch. I dug it out, heart thudding, and looked at it. The screen was still black. No notifications, no logo, no sign of life. But it was hot. Too hot for something that was supposedly dead. "Everything okay?" Mark asked, eyes on the road. "Yeah," I lied, shoving the phone back into my pocket, feeling its unnatural warmth against my skin as we climbed higher into the dark. We did not go straight up the hill. Mark swung the truck out of the station lot, tires crunching over the broken edge of the curb, and pointed us back toward town first. "Jess is still at work," he said, more to himself than to me. "And Tyler texted me about the light before I got to you. If this is some kind of plane going down, we might need more than 2 idiots and a half-dead phone." The streets were almost empty. As we passed the pizza place, its neon open sign flickered in the front window, like it was thinking about giving up. Jess was already outside, standing by the curb with a cardboard box balanced on one hip, apron still tied around her waist. Tyler hovered next to her in his hoodie, sneakers scuffing the pavement, eyes on the sky, as if the fire might come back. They piled into the truck without much discussion. Jess in the back seat with the pizza on her lap, Tyler wedging himself in beside her. The cab filled instantly with the smell of tomato sauce and stale pepperoni, layered over Mark's sawdust and the hot plastic reek of the dashboard. "Y'all saw it?" Tyler said, leaning forward between our seats. "Tell me you saw it. That was some Independence Day shit, right?" "Pretty sure it's just a meteor," I said automatically, because that was the line you were supposed to use. "Or falling junk. Satellite. Space station. Whatever. Meteors don't fly that low," he shot back. "And they don't glow like that. I watched a whole video about—" "Shut up for a second," Jess said quietly. Her voice was softer than usual. She was staring out the side window, not at the sky, but at the dark shape of the hill rising beyond the high school. Even from here, we could see the faint blink of red at its top, the old radio tower's warning light winking in a slow, steady rhythm against the black. Mark took the road that ran past the school, the building's flat brick walls looming up on our left like a sleeping ship. The stadium lights were off, the goalposts just shadows. Beyond that, the asphalt narrowed. The yellow line down the middle faded to a suggestion, then disappeared as the pavement gave way to patched gravel and dirt. The truck jostled as the surface turned rough. Someone's mailbox passed close to my window. The metal bent, red flag hanging askew. On either side of us, fence posts leaned under the weight of rusted wire, a few with drooping, no trespassing signs swinging gently despite the still air. The farms and houses thinned out. Trees thickened into a loose wall, trunks like dark ribs reaching up to grab at the sky. The radio tower's red light winked between them, an artificial star pinned to the crest of the hill. Under all of that, the town was still trying to be heard. For a while, you could hear it beneath the truck. The distant rush of Route 19, the occasional bark of a dog, a porch TV blasting something canned and laugh-tracked into the night. Every little noise was another thread tying us back to the world we knew. But the higher we climbed, the more those threads snapped. First the highway faded, swallowed by the slope and the trees. Then the dogs vanished, as if someone had picked up every backyard in town and moved it somewhere else. The last porch TV was nothing more than a faint, tinny echo, a blur of sound you could not put words to. All that was left was us, the engine straining, the tires grinding gravel into smaller gravel, the occasional squeak of the suspension when we hit a rut too fast. "Man, this road sucks," Tyler muttered. "I'm suing if we die in a pothole." "Relax," Mark said, though his knuckles were white on the wheel. "Farm folks use this track all the time. I've driven up worse." Jess shifted in the back seat, fingers tightening around the warm cardboard of the pizza box. "So why does it feel like nobody has used it in years?" she said quietly. I did not have an answer for that. The further we went, the less this felt like the kind of place people drove for fun. The fences thinned out. The "no trespassing" signs stopped appearing. It was as if we had crossed an invisible line where nobody had ever bothered to put warnings up, because the assumption was that nobody would be stupid enough to go that far. After a while, Mark slowed the truck to a crawl. The road ahead had eroded into something only generously still called a road, a pair of ruts with a raised spine of rock and dirt between them, slick in spots where water ran when it rained. "Gonna rip the bottom right out if we keep going," he muttered, more to himself than us. He eased the truck to the side as far as he dared and killed the engine. The sudden quiet rang in my ears. The headlights threw two pale cones into the trees ahead. Branches laced together at the top, forming a tangled arch of black against the night. Beyond that, darkness waited, thick and patient. Above it all, the red eye of the radio tower blinked its metronome pulse. We sat there for a second, 4 of us in the cab, listening to the engine tick as it cooled. Little metallic pops and clicks as the heat worked its way out of the block. Familiar noises that somehow now sounded like something else. A body settling, a jaw cracking, knuckles flexing. Then I smelled it. Even with the windows rolled up, something seeped into the cab. A sharp, metallic tang that hit the back of my throat like a mouthful of nickels. Underneath that was the sour, synthetic stink of burnt plastic, like the inside of a cheap toy after it has melted in a campfire. There was another layer too, faint but unmistakable. The ammonia sting of fertilizer, or some kind of chemical you do not want to be near without a mask. "Jesus," Jess said, bringing the crook of her arm up over her mouth and nose. "What is that?" Mark cracked his window a few inches. The smell pushed in harder, thick enough it felt like it had weight. My teeth ached, a dull pressure in my jaw as if someone were pressing cold metal against them. My temples pulsed in time with my heartbeat. "It's like ozone," I said, though I had never really smelled ozone before, except once, after a thunderstorm, when the lightning hit close. "It's like somebody microwaved a bag of fertilizer and wires," Tyler said, then coughed, hard, eyes watering. "Seriously, my lungs hate this." "Come on," Mark said. "We're not that far. We can't drive it, but we can walk the rest. Whatever that thing is, it didn't come down in somebody's living room. It's up here." He opened his door. The smell hit us full force the second the seal broke, climbing into the truck like it had been waiting just outside. Warm, chemically, wrong. My head throbbed. A fine tingling rolled over my skin, the kind of feeling you get standing too close to a static-charged TV screen. I slid out after him, boots hitting the rutted dirt with a crunch. The night swallowed me waist-deep. The beams of the headlights were behind us now, making the trees ahead look like paper cutouts piled on top of each other. Tyler hopped out of the back, pulling the neck of his hoodie up over his mouth like a makeshift mask. Jess followed slower, one hand pressing against the truck bed as if to steady herself, the other still clamped over her face. The smell was worse out here. It coated the inside of my nose, sat at the back of my tongue. With every breath, my gums ached, a strange, electric sort of pain that felt like biting on tinfoil. My scalp prickled. The hairs on my arms lifted one by one, not from fear, but like the air itself was charged. "You guys feel that?" I asked, rubbing at my forearms. Like when you're about to get shocked." "Yeah," Jess said, voice muffled, and my teeth hurt. "That's not normal, right? Teeth aren't supposed to hurt from air." "Must be some kind of chemical," Mark said. He was trying to sound confident, but his forehead was creased. "Maybe a transformer blew or something from the tower. We'll just go up, take a quick look, and get the hell out of here." "So, like, alien crash," Tyler said, forcing a laugh. "Radioactive ooze. We're gonna be superheroes by morning. Or, cancer." His laugh fell flat, hanging in the air for a second before dissolving. Nobody joined in. That was when I realized what else was wrong. There were no bugs. We were in the woods in early September, after a hot day. There should have been a wall of sound. Crickets sawing at the dark, katydids ticking like broken clocks, the high electric whine of mosquito wings by your ears. Somewhere, a tree frog. Somewhere, an owl. There was none of that. No chirping, no ticking, no rustle of small things in dry leaves. I held up a hand without thinking. "Listen," I said. We all fell silent. Behind us, the truck clicked and sighed as its metal cooled. Far below, the town murmured faintly, the thinnest possible thread of sound, so faded I could not tell if it was real or memory. In front of us, up the hill, there was nothing. No wind in the branches, no leaves rubbing together, no animals, no insects, not even the distant rumble of a plane overhead. It felt like the night had been put on mute. The four of us stood there, in the ruts of the road, breathing through our shirts and sleeves, listening to a silence that was not the absence of noise, but something else. A presence, an attention. "I don't like this," Jess said softly. Even her whisper sounded too loud, like it might echo off something we could not see. "Yeah, well," Tyler said, shuffling his feet. "At least the power's still on, right? Tower's blinking, truck's fine, town's not dark, so how bad can it be?" We all looked up, as if on cue. The red light on the radio tower winked its slow, steady pulse. On, off, on, off. A comfortable human rhythm. A safety marker. A signal to pilots that someone had thought ahead. It blinked. It blinked again. Then suddenly it stuttered. Instead of a smooth on-off, the red glare flared brighter, twice as fast, in unnaturally quick beats. On-off, on-off, on. Like a heart in distress. Then it froze. For one long, unnatural second, the red lamp stayed solid, glowing like an angry eye over the black crown of trees. No blink, no change, just a hard, staring light. The air around us seemed to thicken. My ears popped, the way they do when you are driving up a mountain, even though we had barely climbed at all. My tongue tingled. Then, just as my brain started to register that something was wrong with the tower, the light went back to its old, lazy rhythm, as if nothing had happened. On, off, on, off. "See?" Tyler said, though his voice was a little too thin. "Totally fine, just lagged, like a video buffering." I opened my mouth to say that radio tower lights do not lag, that they are either broken or they are not, that they do not stutter and hold like someone is pressing a finger down on a pause button in the sky. But I did not say any of that, because the smell in the air had just gotten worse. And somewhere ahead, up where the road curved toward the trees, a faint red glow, darker and lower than the tower's signal, had begun to bleed through the trunks, pulsing like something breathing in the dark. We left the truck behind like a lifeboat we were sure we could swim back to. Tyler took the lead, because of course he did, swinging his big flashlight around like a sword. The beam cut a sharp white tunnel through the dark, picking out the ruts in the road, the darker clumps of mud, the occasional rock sitting just wrong. Mark fell in behind him, with his own tiny pocket flashlight clipped to his keyring. More of a glow than a beam, but better than nothing. Jess and I brought up the rear, our phone flashes held low and close, their cold LED glare making the dirt and weeds around our feet look like they were being interrogated. As we walked, the feel of the ground shifted under our boots. The gravel thinned out, the crunch giving way to a softer, stickier sound. My foot sank half an inch deeper than I expected, and when I stepped back to test it, my heel made a wet sucking noise as it came up. "Careful," I said automatically. "It's slick." The beam of Tyler's flashlight drifted down and to the side, illuminating the road in front of us. The packed dirt had turned into a darker, patchy mix, shot through with veins of wet, glistening mud. It looked like it had rained here recently, but not down in town. Little puddles slept in shallow depressions, their surfaces filmed with a thin, oily sheen that caught the light in colors that did not look quite right. Red and green and blue, too bright, like gasoline floating on water. "It hasn't rained in a week," Jess murmured behind me. "Why is it wet up here?" No one answered. The smell was stronger here, that chemical stench of hot metal and burnt plastic and fertilizer, filling our noses until it was all we could taste. My teeth still ached, a weird, throbbing pain that seemed to sit right in the roots. Every breath felt like inhaling through a handful of coins. The trees thinned without us really noticing until we were almost through them. 1 minute, they were pressing in close on both sides, trunks and branches catching the edge of the flashlight's beam. The next, Tyler stepped forward, and the space around him suddenly opened up. We came out onto a clearing. It was not large, maybe the size of a small parking lot, but it felt wrong in a way that made my skin crawl. The forest around us looked natural enough, trees and undergrowth forming a rough circle. But the ground inside that circle was too flat, too even, like someone had once poured a foundation here and then scraped it clean again. There were no bushes, no saplings, no rocks, nothing that had not worked very hard to stay. Just a scab of bare earth and thin, tired grass stretching out from where we stood to the far side, where the tree line thickened again into a darker wall. And there, at the far edge of the clearing, half hidden behind the trunks and low branches, was the red light. It was not high up like the tower's beacon. It sat low, somewhere between 5 and 7 feet off the ground, too low to be a plane, too high to be a dropped flare. At first, I thought it might be the glow of a fire, but it did not move like fire. There were no flickers, no licks of flame, no smoke. Just a deep, dull red, the color of an ember hidden under ash. It pulsed, not like a flicker, not like a bulb with a bad connection. It grew brighter, very slightly, then dimmer again. Brighter, dimmer, in, out. Like it's breathing, Jess whispered. Beat me to the thought. Our lights looked pale and sick next to it. When Tyler's flashlight beam washed across the clearing, the red glow held steady, as if it existed on a layer of reality the other lights could not touch. It painted the trunks around it with a thin wash of blood, carved hard shadows into the ground. Okay, that is not a car tail light, Tyler muttered, trying for a joke and falling short. Or if it is, someone parked in hell. As we stood there staring, another sound slid into my awareness, so slowly that I could not tell when it started. At first, I thought it was just the ringing in my ears from the silence. But no, this was external. It was low, a bass note too deep to belong to anything small. A hum, steady and unbroken, like the sound a transformer makes if you stand under it, or the vibration of high voltage lines on a damp day. Except there were no lines up here, no cables, no visible source. The hum did not come from any single direction. It was just there, woven into the air, seeping into my bones. As the red light brightened, the hum swelled. As the light dimmed, the hum softened, back and forth in weird sync like a heartbeat gone wrong. My hands started to tingle. My fingertips felt numb, the way they do after you have been out in the cold too long and only just come inside. The hairs on my arms lifted, and this time I knew it was not fear. It was static, an invisible charge building up on my skin. My ears are buzzing, Jess said, pressing a hand against the side of her head. You hear that? That high whine, like a mosquito right by your ear, but higher, smaller. I listened harder. Under the hum, there was something else now. A faint, very thin sound, like someone blowing air through a needle. It sat at the edge of my hearing, just shy of painful, making my jaw clench without my permission. Yeah, I said. I hear it. I don't hear anything, Mark said. Just that low, whatever it is. Generator, maybe, or some equipment. Generator for what? Jess shot back. We're in the middle of nowhere. There's nothing up here. We stood there on the threshold of the clearing, the line between rutted road and bare earth like an invisible border under our boots. The red light breathed at the far side. The hum and the whine tangled together, a wrong kind of music that made my heart feel like it was beating out of time. We should call somebody, Jess said, like actual authorities, sheriff, fire department, whatever. If this is some kind of chemical spill, we're already too close. Tyler snorted. Come on. You really think the sheriff is gonna believe, hey, we followed the UFO and it landed in the woods behind the school? I didn't say we tell him that, she snapped. Just that there was an impact, a light, a something. That there's a weird smell, weird noise, and this freaky science project glow over there that looks like a horror movie. We don't have to play the X-Files card yet. Mark was quiet for a moment, eyes fixed on the red. I could see the reflection of it in his pupils, painting tiny flickering flames where there were none. If there's someone hurt up there, he said eventually, and we can get to them before a fire starts, or before something blows, we should at least check, just enough to know what we're dealing with. Then we call it in, and we can say exactly what we saw, not just, we think something might have happened somewhere up a hill, but we didn't look. That's a hero complex talking, Jess said. This feels wrong. You feel wrong, right? Tell me you feel wrong. She looked at me, desperate for backup. I did feel wrong. My heart was beating in these weird, stuttering little runs, like it could not decide on a rhythm. My skin crawled. My teeth buzzed. My brain kept throwing up images my eyes had not given it yet. Shapes in the red glow. Long, dark silhouettes. We just go a little closer, I heard myself say, hating the words, even as they came out. If it's a transformer or a generator, we'll see. If it's fire, we'll smell it or hear it. We don't have to walk right into it. Jess shook her head, but she did not step back. Tyler grinned, the expression stretched and shaky. Man, if this ends up on the news and they interview the brave locals who investigated, I'm totally telling them you dragged me up here, he said, nudging me with his elbow. Just shut up and walk, Mark said. We moved forward, slow, our lights jittering over the bare ground. The mud sucked at our shoes with each step. The red glow swelled as we approached, more intense, the shadows behind the trees deepening into ink. At the edge of the clearing proper, we stopped again. Up close, the flattened earth bore faint scars. Long, shallow gouges as if something heavy had scraped across it, tearing up the top layer of soil. I could not tell if they radiated out from the red light or converged toward it. My brain refused to settle on one or the other. All right, Mark said under his breath. Ty, point that damn thing over there. Let's see if there's wreckage, broken trees, anything. Tyler swallowed audibly. For the first time since we got out of the truck, he looked less like a kid on an adventure and more like what he was, a teenager in over his head. Yeah, he said, voice tight. Okay. He lifted the big flashlight, the beam trembling just enough to make the edges of things quiver. He swept it slowly from right to left across the clearing, the white light chasing shadows, hopping over gouges in the dirt. Nothing but torn earth, sparse grass, footprints, hours behind us. He brought the light higher toward the tree line. The beam washed over trunks and branches on the right-hand side, turned them stark and flat, then moved left, climbing. I do not know what I expected to see. A broken tree, a twisted hunk of metal, maybe a reflection off some piece of debris, something to make all of this into an accident with a report number and a cleanup crew. The beam reached the far left edge of the clearing, where the trees pressed in closest, their branches interlocking into a dark, tangled knot. And there, just inside the reach of the light, standing perfectly still at the border where dirt met undergrowth, was a shape. Too tall to be a person, too straight to be a tree. For a second, my brain tried to file it away as a trick of the light, a weird shadow. A tree I had not noticed, something ordinary that had been carved into something strange by the angle of Tyler's flashlight and the red glow behind it. Then the beam steadied, and there was nothing ordinary left to hide behind. It stood just beyond the edge of the clearing, half in the red, half in the pale white cone of Tyler's light. If it had taken one step forward, if it had had steps, it would have been standing on the torn earth with us. Instead, it hovered at the threshold, like it understood the line we had barely crossed and wanted to see what we did with it. It was tall. Not tall guy tall. It was wrong tall. If I had walked up and stood under its head, the top of my skull would have been around the middle of its torso. It must have been close to 9 feet. Maybe more. But I only know that because my mind immediately tried to measure it, to fix it to some human number so it would not feel like a concept instead of a thing. The lower half of it looked at first glance like a dress. Not fabric, not something that moved in a breeze, but a rigid, flared shape that widened as it met the ground, like a bell or a cone. The surface of it was dark, too dark to pick out details, sucking up the light instead of reflecting it. If there were legs under there, they stayed hidden. The base touched the leaf litter and low plants without disturbing them much, as if it were resting on top of the world instead of in it. Above that, its torso narrowed, then spread outward into into what my brain could only describe as a hood. The top was rounded, the sides flaring down and out. The whole thing, if you traced its outline, made the rough shape of an ace of spades, the point toward the ground, the wide part framing its head. The edges of that hood caught the light from Tyler's beam, and from the red glow behind it, revealing a surface that wasn't quite metal, but wasn't anything else either. Matte. A dull sheen, like something that had once been polished and then left out in the weather for years. Inside the hood, where a human face should have been, was a circle. A perfectly round, smooth disc of off-white, like bone that had been sanded flat, or porcelain that had soaked up smoke. It was not truly bright, but against all that black it looked almost luminous, a faint, sickly glow that did not come from outside. It was turned directly toward us. Two ovals broke the white. They sat where eyes belonged, but deeper, like holes. They were not glowing themselves, not like cartoon alien eyes. They were glossy, black, and empty, reflecting just the thinnest glint of Tyler's flashlight. When the beam moved, the glints moved with it, like sparks skittering across oil. There was no nose, no mouth, no ridges or wrinkles, or any of the little imperfections that make a face look alive. Just that round, pale disc and those two black, watchful hollows. My heart did something terrible in my chest. It did not race. It did not slam. It stalled. For a few beats, it felt like it forgot how to work. The next thud came too late, too hard, like someone had kicked it back into action. My breath followed suit, catching in my throat, then jerking in a shallow drag that did not reach my lungs. The blood in my veins felt thick, slow, like it was being poured instead of pumped. It took me a second to realize it was not just in my head. All the little noises of my body, the rush in my ears, the faint rhythm of my breathing, the soft background awareness of life were dimming, like somebody had reached in and turned down the volume on everything inside my skin. The world around us was already quiet. Now, for a moment, I could not even hear myself. Somewhere in that hollow, muted space, a sound started. It began as a thin line, a scraping edge of noise pressed against the silence. Then it grew, sharpened, and unfolded into a scream of metal on metal. It was high, so high it felt like it was drilling into the soft part of my brain. It went on and on, not rising or falling, just holding at this unbearable pitch, as if someone had taken the most piercing second of a car crash and stretched it out. I could not tell where it came from. It did not seem to issue from the white disc or the black eye hollows or any part of the shape in front of us. It was everywhere at once, above us, below us, behind us, inside our teeth. It was as if the clearing itself had learned how to scream. Jess clapped her hands over her ears, dropping her phone. It hit the dirt and bounced once, the light spinning wild. Tyler flinched backward, almost losing his grip on the flashlight. Mark's jaw clenched, muscles jumping in the side of his face, but he did not move, like he knew any sudden motion might matter. "Jesus!" Tyler gasped. "What the hell is that? Make it stop, man. Make it." And then he did the stupidest possible thing. He lifted the flashlight and aimed it right into the thing's face. The beam snapped up, steady for once, and hit the pale circle dead on. For a fraction of a second, the world sharpened. The white disc flared brighter, not because it glowed, but because it was suddenly the brightest, cleanest target in all that black. The two black ovals drank the light and spat it back as twin pinpricks, like watching a reflection of your own flashlight in someone else's pupils. The metallic shriek twisted. It did not get louder. It changed. The steady scream splintered and broke into a ragged, chattering hiss. A burst of static, the exact sound a radio makes when you spin the dial too fast and hit nothing but empty frequencies. Code fragments, half words, something that might have been language if it had not been shredded into noise. At the same instant, the flashlight in Tyler's hand died. There was no flicker, no dimming. 1 second the beam was there, hard and white, pinning that impossible face in place. The next, it vanished, leaving only the dim, unhealthy red from the far edge of the clearing and the weak, wobbling glow of my phone and Mark's tiny pocket light. "Tyler," Jess shouted, voice cracking. "What did you—" "It's not me," he yelled back. It just... My phone vibrated against my thigh so hard it hurt. It was like having a fist thrown into my pocket. Heat bloomed against my skin again, a sudden focused burn. I snatched it out with clumsy fingers. The screen was still black. No logo, no notification, but the casing was almost too hot to touch. Jess stooped blindly to grab her own phone from the dirt. As soon as her fingers closed around it, the screen lit up in her hand with the blinding white of a boot cycle, then flicked through a smear of glitchy, unreadable pixels before going dark again. She made a small, strangled sound and dropped it like it had bitten her. "Stop messing with the lights," Tyler shouted, but I could not tell if he was talking to us or to it. Mark fumbled at his belt for his key ring, found the little cylinder of his pocket flashlight, and thumbed it on. The beam was weak, yellow, shaking in his hand, but it was better than nothing. It cut a narrow path through the dark, searching for the thing at the edge of the trees. It found it again. Only now it was closer. The distance it had closed was not huge, maybe 6 or 8 feet, but the effect was enormous. Where before it had been a looming presence at the far border of the clearing, now it stood well inside it, nearer to us than the trees behind it. I had not seen it move. None of us had. There had been no lurch, no sway, no suggestion of a step. It had simply changed positions in the darkness, sliding through space in a way that did not bother with the in-between. The base of it, that stiff, flared shape, now had a clearer sound attached to it. As the beam hit, a faint noise answered. A soft, steady shh, shh, like heavy vinyl being dragged slowly over damp leaves. It did not match the distance it had traveled. It was too small, too quiet, like a sound effect added after the fact to make something comprehensible. The hood framed that pale disc the same way. The 2 black hollows still aimed at us, unblinking. From this distance, I could see there was depth to them, more like tunnels than pits, less like eyes, and more like openings into something else. Looking into them made my vision fuzz around the edges. My heart struggled in my chest again, hammering once, stopping, then shuddering back into a rhythm that did not feel like mine. The sense of my own body being turned down got stronger. I could feel my fingers, my feet, but they seemed far away, like those were someone else's hands, gripping my little phone, someone else's boots rooted to the dirt. The hum rose. Up until that moment, it had been background, a low floor under everything else. Now, it stepped forward, filling the space the scream static had vacated. It grew louder without actually increasing in volume, reaching into the part of my hearing that is not ears at all, but a pressure in the bones, under the skin. It sounded like standing directly beneath high-tension wires. It sounded like having your skull pressed against a subwoofer playing a song you could not recognize. It sounded like power, vibrating in a way that felt deliberate. "I don't think it's going to rush us," Mark said, voice thin. "If it wanted to, it would have already done it, right?" The idea that it had once made my throat go dry. "It's watching," Jess whispered. "It's just looking at us." That was somehow worse. The thing's stillness was not the stillness of an object. It was the stillness of a predator or a scientist or something between the two, content to measure and wait. We were not a threat. We were data. I realized with a lurch of cold clarity that we were the ones acting like animals. Frozen, wide-eyed, hearts pounding, waiting for a cue. It was behaving like something above us, like something that could afford patience. The hum climbed higher, not in pitch, but in intensity. The inside of my head felt crowded, like static was forming there, crawling along the inside of my skull. Every second that passed, standing there under its gaze, felt wrong, like we were burning up some allowance we did not know we had. "Run," Mark said. At first, I was not sure I had heard him right. The word was barely louder than a breath. Then he said it again, louder, with all the fear that had been hiding inside his practiced calm. "Run!" His hand closed on the back of my jacket, yanking me backward so hard I stumbled. The beam of his little flashlight jittered wildly, swinging off the thing and across the trees as he turned. In that wild swing, for a fraction of a second, the light crossed its face again. The pale disk had tilted. Not much. Just a small, deliberate angle, the way a person might cock their head when they are studying something that has surprised them. The black hollows tracked with it, fixing on me, on the spot where Mark's fingers were knotted in my collar. If you have ever had a teacher, or a cop, or a stranger in a car lane look directly at you in a way that says you specifically are the problem, you know that feeling. Multiply it by 100. Drain all the humanity out of it. That was what it felt like to have those empty knot eyes land on me with intention. We turned and ran. The red glow at the edge of the clearing swung behind us. Our own lights beat at the dark in panicked, useless arcs. The ground slipped and caught and sucked at our feet. The hum stayed with us, a buzzing pressure in our heads, like we had just stood up too fast. I did not look back right away. Survival won the first round. All that mattered was putting distance between my spine and that feeling. But I am only human. Curiosity kills us as reliably as anything else. As we broke back into the thicker line of trees, breath ragged, Jess stumbling at my side, Tyler crashing noisily through the underbrush ahead, I risked it. I threw a glance over my shoulder. For a moment, the clearing was visible through the trunks, the flat patch of ground, the faint, thinning red, the smudge of darkness where the thing still stood. Mark's flashlight swung wider in his hand, its weak beam stuttering back toward the open space we had just left. It swept across the far edge of the clearing, catching the tall silhouette for a heartbeat. And just beyond it, half hidden behind a cluster of thinner trees, something else moved. It was smaller, shorter by a couple of feet maybe. Its outline was less defined, like it had not finished deciding what it wanted to look like. But it had the same wrong straight posture, the same suggestion of a flared base. And as the light hit it, it flinched back, not out of fear, but like a hand withdrawing into a sleeve, sliding deeper into the shadow, as if it had not meant to be seen yet. Then the beam jerked away. The trees closed in, and both shapes vanished into the dark behind us. There is a special kind of panic that lives in your legs, not your head. Once it wakes up, it does not care what you believe or how brave you think you are. It just wants to move. By the time Mark yanked me around and shouted at us to run, that panic had sunk its teeth in. We tore back across the clearing the way we had come, only this time the ground was not just uneven, it was hostile. The torn soil slipped under my boots like it wanted me on my back. Mud sucked at my soles and tried to keep them. Every footprint we had left on the way in turned into a trap on the way out. Our breaths went ragged almost immediately. Jess was gasping, sharp, shallow pulls of air that could not keep up. Tyler's sneakers slapped and slid, his footsteps a clatter of rubber, dirt, and profanity. The sounds piled up around us. The smack of boots hitting soft ground, the snap of small branches underfoot, the whisper of leaves slapping against our jeans as we pushed through low growth at the edge of the clearing. And under all of that, behind us, something else. Shh, shh, shh. The same soft drag I had heard when it first slid closer. The noise of something heavy and smooth being pulled across things that should have snagged it. It was not loud. That somehow made it worse. It did not sound like effort. It sounded like habit. We crashed back into the trees, their silhouettes closing around us. Tyler's big flashlight beam leaped and stuttered ahead of us, turning trunks into fleeting gray pillars before jumping away again. Mark's tiny pocket light jerked around at my side, casting thin, nervous shadows. My chest burned. The chemical stink in the air clawed at my throat and lungs. My heart had finally decided to start beating again in something like a rhythm, but it was the wrong one. Too fast, then too slow, skipping, trying to sync with the hum still gnawing at the edges of my hearing. We were running as hard as we could. The hill sloped downward now, helping and hurting at the same time. Every step wanted to turn into a fall. Behind us, that dragging sound kept pace. It did not speed up with us. It did not fade as we pulled away. It moved in this weird, steady cadence that seemed completely disconnected from how desperately we were scrambling. No matter how far we flung ourselves forward, shh, 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 came from the same distance. A little too close, never closer, never farther. It was like we were on a treadmill. Someone kept turning up, while the thing behind us stayed on solid ground, just watching. "Move, move, move!" Mark shouted, like we needed encouragement to keep fleeing for our lives. A branch whipped across my face, stinging my cheek. I could taste blood now, metallic and sour under the chemical stink. My vision narrowed to the patch of ground directly in front of my boots and the swinging lights marking where my friends were. Jess stumbled, caught herself, swore. Tyler's beam bounced wildly as he half ran, half skidded down a slick patch. For a moment, the flashlight swung low, lighting up the ground just behind us instead of in front. In that brief, accidental sweep, I saw the edge of the clearing and the place where the trees started again. I saw the churned mud and our own footprints, and I saw a sliver of darkness inside the darkness, just at the tree line. The bottom of it was that same flared, rigid shape, gliding over roots and rocks without touching them. It slid between two trunks that looked far too close together to allow something its size through. But nothing bent, nothing broke. It was as if solid matter rearranged itself a fraction of a second before contact, opening a path that closed again behind it. I did not see the pale disk of its face. I did not have to. The shape was enough. My legs found an extra gear anyway. "Go! Go!" I yelled, voice tearing out of my throat, as if any of us were thinking of slowing down. Ahead of us, Tyler's foot hit something slicker than the mud. Maybe a root, maybe a rock hidden under a film of wet leaves. Either way, it betrayed him. His feet shot out from under him. He went down hard, a choked yell snapping out of him as his shoulder and hip hit the ground. The flashlight flew from his hand and pinwheeled forward, smashing into a bush and spinning, its beam carving a wild, bright circle through the night. For a heartbeat, everything froze in a tableau. Tyler sprawled on his side, hands scrambling for purchase on the greasy dirt. Jess lurched to a stop right behind him, almost tripping over his legs. Mark and I skidded, boots plowing trenches in the mud as we tried not to slam into them. The flashlight rolled, the beam slicing across the trunks, then across the space behind us. In that smeared circle of light, I saw it again. Between two trees, just uphill from where we had been seconds before, its silhouette cut clean against the deeper dark. The flared base, the hooded upper half. No branches moved as it passed. No leaves rustled against it. It simply existed in a new place, like someone had copy-pasted it. The beam jittered over the pale disk of its face for the briefest instant. The white flared, twin glints flashing in those black hollows like coins in a well. The hum punched at my skull, flaring in intensity for half a second, as if acknowledging the contact. Then the flashlight spun again, tumbling further down the hill. The beam swinging away, leaving the thing behind us in darkness once more. "Get up," Jess yelled, grabbing at Tyler's arm. Her voice shook, but her grip did not. "Come on, Ty, up. I'm trying, He choked. Mud streaked across his hoodie, hands slipping. "My ankle." Mark shoved past me, hooked an arm under Tyler's, and hauled the kid up with a grunt. "You can limp later. Right now you can hop." We lurched forward again, now an awkward, stumbling knot instead of four separate bodies. Tyler half hopped, half was dragged, cursing under his breath. The fallen flashlight's beam still flashed in the trees ahead. Further down, a weird, strobing lighthouse of our own stupidity. Behind us, the dragging sound did not change. Shh, shh, shh. It was ridiculous. We were flailing through mud, crashing into each other, breathing like we had already outrun our lungs. The slope sucked us forward. Roots grabbed at our feet. Every instinct screamed that we were prey, floundering, about to be run down. And yet the sound behind us did not gain, did not fall away. It was as if whatever was making it had decided on a distance that it liked and was maintaining it with contemptuous ease. I could not shake the image. Us on a conveyor belt, legs pumping uselessly, while it stood on solid ground, gliding along beside us at the pace of a bored observer. The metallic screech we had heard in the clearing had faded, shredded into fragments that now emerged as tiny clicks. Little tick-tick-tick noises, sharp and precise, like something hard tapping rapidly on glass or stone. They came in clusters, woven into the hum, almost lost inside it. The clicks had a rhythm too. They did not match our footsteps. They did not match the dragging sound. If anything, they sounded like fingers drumming idly on a table to a song only the drummer could hear. We crashed through a patch of undergrowth, thin branches clawing at our clothes and faces. Leaves tore free and fell in our wake. The smell of dirt and crushed plants briefly rose above the artificial chemical stink, a lungful of something almost clean before the metallic taste crawled back in. At some point, the natural noises tried to come back. A tree creaked in the distance. A solitary insect chirped once, twice, then silence swallowed it. Then, as if some invisible hand had reached down and pressed pause again, everything cut out. Our feet still hit the ground. Our lungs still dragged in air. Our hearts still thundered against our ribs. But I could not hear any of it. The sound of our bodies muted in an instant, leaving only the hum and the thin, static fuzz that lived around its edges. It was like being shoved underwater. The world went thick and muffled. Jess's mouth was open in a shout, but no noise came to me. Tyler's shoe hit a rock, but the impact was silent. My own breathing vanished, leaving only the sense that I was suffocating. Even as my chest rose and fell in a frantic rhythm, the hum filled the vacuum. It pressed behind my eyes, under my tongue, in the joints of my fingers. The static crawled through my head, fizzing along the curves of my skull like ants made of electricity. Up ahead, just visible in the dim bolus of light from Mark's pocket flashlight and my phone, a tree trunk loomed bigger than the others. It was an old oak, the kind kids carve initials into, its bark split and rough. Someone had spray painted a crude symbol onto it years ago. Initials, a heart, maybe just a number. But the details blurred as we hurtled toward it. The instant we passed that tree, the world snapped back. Sound slammed into me so hard I stumbled. Jess's shout crashed into my ears mid-syllable. Tyler's labored breaths roared. The smack of our feet on the ground boomed like drums. Leaves hissed. Branches rattled. Somewhere far off, a dog barked once, as if waking from a bad dream. The hum did not disappear, but it receded a little, pushed to the back of the mix instead of filling the whole track. I grabbed the tree as we passed to keep myself from going down, bark biting into my palm. For a moment, my hand was the only thing tethering me to the idea that this was happening, that I was here in this patch of woods and not just trapped in some roaring, soundless bubble with that thing. Tyler glanced over his shoulder at me as he limped, his face smeared with mud and sweat, eyes huge and white in the dark. "It's," he panted, voice shaking, "it's not chasing all of us." I stared at him, confused, my brain too busy cataloging the fact that sound existed again to parse what he meant. "What?" I gasped. He shook his head hard, like he had already said more than he should have, and faced forward again, jaw clenched. Mark tugged at him, forcing his pace higher, ignoring the question. Behind us, the dragging sounded again. Not closer, not farther. Right there, right where it wanted to be. I do not remember the exact moment the trees began to thin. 1 second we were inside them, branches grabbing at our clothes, the ground trying to trip us. The next, the darkness loosened and broke apart. And there, below us, like the end of a tunnel, was the pale shape of the road and the dull, hunched silhouette of Mark's F-150. The truck sat crooked on the rutted dirt where we had left it, headlights still on, beams cutting across the slope and throwing long, warped shadows downslope. In the weak light, the hood looked almost skeletal, edges outlined in white, the windshield a blank rectangle of reflected trees. For a split second, all four of us seemed to focus on it at the same time. That rusty, temperamental, half-paid-off truck had never looked so much like salvation. "Thank God," Jess breathed. The panic in my legs found something to aim at. We lurched down the last stretch of hill, slipping and sliding, gravity trying as hard to pull us onto our faces as forward. My lungs felt like they were lined with sandpaper. The chemical stink burned in every breath. My heart beat so fast, the individual thumps blurred into a single frantic thrum. Behind us, the dragging sound kept pace. Shh, shh, shh. Never closer, never farther. Just there. Don't look back, I muttered to myself. It felt like a prayer. Just get to the truck. Just get to the truck. The gravel of the wider road slid under my boots. I stumbled, caught myself on the side of the truck, fingers scraping along metal. The familiar coolness of the door handle under my palm felt unreal, like a prop, like it might dissolve if I leaned on it too hard. I yanked the passenger door open and heaved myself up into the seat. Jess came right behind me, almost climbing over my legs in her hurry to get in. She scrambled into the narrow space behind the front seats, half on the bench, half on the little hump in the middle, box of now-forgotten pizza wedged under her feet. Tyler practically dove into the back seat on the other side, one hand on the headrest, the other clutching at the door frame. He slammed his door so hard the whole truck shuddered. Mark slid in behind the wheel, breathing like he had just sprinted a mile with a sack of concrete on his back. His hand slapped at the door, found the handle, and pulled. The thunk of it latching felt too small, too fragile. "Locks," Jess gasped. "Lock it. Lock the doors." He hit the lock button. The mechanical clunk of the pins dropping into place was louder than it had any right to be in the cramped cab. For a moment, we just sat there, chests heaving, the truck's interior filled with the sound of our own breathing and the faint ticking of cooling metal. The headlights spilled out onto the road ahead, illuminating an empty stretch of dirt and gravel. In the rearview mirror, the hill we had come down looked like a black wall. Nothing moved there. "Okay," Mark said, voice hoarse. "Okay. We're good. We're going. Everybody just hang on." He turned the key. The starter whined. A long, dragging the sound of an engine trying and failing to catch. The dashboard lights glowed a sickly orange, the fuel gauge needle jittering a little, but the engine did not fire. The noise set my teeth on edge. A strained, pathetic sound, like someone trying to cough through a closed throat. "Come on," Mark muttered. He turned the key again, harder, like that would help. "Come on, baby, don't do this to me now." Nothing. Adrenaline has a way of running out all at once. Mine crashed through me like a wave hitting a wall. I felt hollowed out, a cold ache spreading through my chest, as if my heart had not gotten the memo that it was supposed to be the engine now. The hum, which had receded a little when we left the clearing, began to rise again. It seeped into the cab through the metal and glass, bypassing our ears and going straight for the bones. The hair on the back of my neck prickled, a delayed echo of the static from the hilltop. The windows vibrated faintly in their frames, not from the engine. It was not running, but from something outside. "Why isn't it starting?" Jess's voice jumped an octave, thin and sharp. "It was running fine. It was running fine. Why?" "Shut up, I'm trying," Mark snapped, panic leaking into his words. Sweat glistened on his forehead in the glow of the dash lights. Tyler slammed a fist into the back of Mark's seat. "Dude, don't say that. Don't say it's not starting. Just make it start. Come on." I could feel my heartbeat again, but it was doing the same thing it had back in the clearing. It raced, then skipped, then pounded too hard, like it was trying to sync with something outside itself, and kept missing. The world felt like it was narrowing down to three things: the whine of the starter, the rising hum, and the horrible awareness of what was behind us. "Try again," I said, because I had to say something, and because the alternative was screaming. He did. Nothing. No cough, no sputter, no attempt at ignition. The sound wobbled, the starter complaining like it knew it should not be doing this for so long. The hum grew louder. It reached the point where I could feel it through the seat, through the soles of my shoes, rattling in the small gaps between my teeth. The glass of the windshield shivered, the reflections from the dash stuttering as if someone were shaking the whole truck with gentle, relentless hands. Far away, deeper into the dark, a dog started barking. 3 sharp, high-pitched barks. Then a long, drawn-out howl. The kind that usually means sirens or storms or something big enough to make a dog remember it's a wolf. The howl cut off mid-note. It did not trail off. It did not taper into a whine. It just stopped, like someone had reached over and closed a fist around the sound, squeezing until it vanished. No one said anything about it. We all heard it. We all pretended we did not. "Last try," Mark gritted out. "I don't want to flood it. Come on, come on." He turned the key again. For a heartbeat, the now familiar whine started up. The same desperate dragging sound of a motor spinning with nothing to catch. My stomach dropped, already bracing for more silence. Then, with a rough chest-deep cough, the engine fired. It was not clean. It shuddered and stumbled, rattling the whole frame of the truck. The RPM needle jumped, fell, then climbed again as the idle fought to settle. But it was running. "Ha!" Tyler yelled, short and hysterical. There you go, let's go." Mark slammed the truck into drive. The tires spit gravel as he stomped on the gas. We lurched forward, all of us thrown back into our seats. The headlights swung wildly as the truck bounced and jounced over the ruts. The road in front of us was a distorted ribbon of dirt and stone, flanked by leaning fence posts and the dark shapes of trees crowding in. The hum did not cut out immediately. For a few seconds, it kept pace with us, vibrating through the steering wheel under Mark's hands. Then, slowly, like a radio being tuned away from a bad station, it began to fade. I could hear the engine now, loud and real. The roar as Mark pushed it harder than he should. The grind of the tires. The yelps of protest from the suspension as we hit every dip and pothole in the dark. The familiar mechanical distress of a truck being abused. Jess had both hands fisted in the back of my seat, knuckles white, tears cutting pale tracks through the grime on her cheeks. Tyler was half turned, braced against the window, trying to swing a look at what was behind us despite the speed. "Don't," I said. I did not even know I was going to say it until it came out. "Just don't look." "Too late," he muttered, but his eyes flicked back to the front, jittery. I could not stop myself. I turned my head just enough to see out the rear window. The road behind us fell away, swallowed by the night. The beams of the headlights, bouncing off the trees ahead, left the world behind washed out, black on black, the faint, pale stripe of dirt barely visible. At the top of the rise, where the road curved back toward the hill and our ruined clearing, a soft red glow had appeared between the trees. It was weaker than before, diluted by distance and dust, but unmistakable. It pulsed, slow and steady, a heartbeat in the dark. For an instant, as the truck jolted over a bump and my view shifted, that glow framed a shape. Tall, too tall, straight, too straight. A silhouette stood between two trunks, dead center in the road's vanishing point. The flared base ate the ground. The hooded upper half cut a notch out of the red behind it. It was so still, it might have been carved there. The truck hit another rut, bounced, and my line of sight wobbled. The rear window picked up a smear of reflected dashboard light, a ghost image of our own faces superimposed over the night. Then, just before the hill and the trees swallowed the glow completely, something happened. In the red haze, where the face should have been, a single point of white flickered. Not a big light, not a beam, just a tiny sharp glint, the same color as a flashlight's reflection in glass or in an eye. It snapped on and off in a heartbeat, as if acknowledging that yes, I was looking, and yes, it knew. Then the angle changed, the road dipped, and the glow vanished behind us entirely, leaving only darkness and the roar of the engine and the frantic scraping of my own breathing. I turned back around, pressing my spine into the seat as if I could merge with it. We were not safe. Not really. But we were moving. For the moment, that was the only mercy the night was willing to offer. By the time the hill finally spat us back out into town, it felt like we had driven from one world into another. We came off the rough track onto the smoother blacktop near the high school, the truck's tires sighing in relief as they found real pavement again. The stadium sat quiet and hulking in the dark, bleachers empty, goalposts standing there like nothing stranger than a Friday night game had ever happened on that field. A porch light glowed on a house down the street, another one across from it. Little yellow circles in the dark, steady and boring. We rolled past one-story homes with vinyl siding and flower beds, past porches with rocking chairs and plastic pumpkins left out too early for Halloween. American flags hung limp on poles by the front steps. Porch swings creaked in the faint breeze. Bug zappers crackled now and then. Through the open curtains, I could see the blue wash of television screens, the bobbing shadows of people moving through kitchens and living rooms, completely unaware of what we had just run from. It made everything we had seen up on that hill feel fake, like a fever dream we had shared and then left behind in the trees. Mark pulled the truck into the lot of the gas station and killed the engine. The sudden quiet, no motor, no gravel, just the steady hum of the station's neon and the low drone of the pumps hit me like a wave. My hands were still shaking. My shirt was damp with sweat and clung to my back. There were mud streaks up my legs to my knees. "Sheriff," Jess said as soon as the engine stopped. "You have to call the sheriff." "Yeah," Mark said, staring straight ahead. His knuckles were still tight on the wheel, even with the key out. Yeah, okay." He dug his phone from his pocket, thumbed it awake, and dialed. I watched his reflection in the station windows, superimposed over the aisles of chips and soda, while he talked. He did not mention the thing. He didn't say monster or creature or something watching us from the trees. He said, "We saw a light in the sky and heard something hit up on the hill behind the school. Smelled chemicals. Might be a crash. Might be a transformer or something. Thought someone should know." He listened, nodded, said, "Yes, sir," and we didn't get too close, and "No, sir, no sign of fire," like a good citizen reporting a downed power line. By the time he hung up, my shift at the station was technically still going. I should have gone right back inside, clocked in, pretended my hands weren't still shaking. Instead, the sheriff's dispatcher told Mark to bring us up to the high school lot and wait. "We're going back," Tyler croaked from the back seat. "You have got to be kidding me." "Just to the parking lot," Mark said. "They want to talk to us. That's it. We're not going up there again." The "again" sat between us like a live wire. We drove back, but only as far as the glowing rectangle of the school's main parking lot. 2 patrol cars were already there, parked nose to nose under the lights, their decals reflecting white and blue. A third pulled in behind us as we arrived, crunching over the loose gravel at the edge. Sheriff Daniels was there. I knew him the way everyone in a small town knows the sheriff. By face, by name, by the way he looked at you the first time he pulled you over for rolling through a stop sign. He was usually a jovial man, the kind who slapped backs and told stories about back when at the diner. Tonight he just looked tired. He had a styrofoam coffee cup in one hand and a notepad in the other. The yellow parking lot lights made the lines on his face look deeper than usual. He walked up to the driver's side of the truck and motioned for Mark to roll down his window. "Evening," he said, "or I guess it's morning now. You all the ones who called?" "Yes, sir," Mark said. His voice sounded steadier than I expected. "We were working down at the station, saw something come down over the hill." Daniels asked the questions you would expect. "What time did you see it? What direction was it coming from? Did you hear anything after? Any smoke? Any fire? Any smell of gas?" Mark answered carefully. "It was like a big green meteor, I guess. Came down behind the trees. We heard a thump. We smelled something up there, but we didn't get close enough to see if anything was on fire. Figured we should call in case a plane went down or something." The sheriff's gaze slid past him to me, to Jess, to Tyler. We all nodded, chimed in with bits and pieces. Light, smell, weird feeling in the air. No, we didn't see any wreckage. No, we didn't see any people. No, we weren't on anyone's property for long. "Look," Daniel said eventually, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "We've already got a call in to the state police and the fire department. They'll send a unit up that way. Keep an eye on it till daylight. This time of year, we get meteor showers, we get space junk, we get kids playing with fireworks where they shouldn't. It's probably nothing more than that. You did the right thing calling, though." He wrote something down on his pad, then looked at us again, a little softer. "Any of you feeling sick? Short of breath? Burning in your eyes? If you got into a cloud of something up there, we can send you over to the clinic." I thought about telling him that my teeth hurt, that my heart felt like it had been trying to dance to someone else's song for the last hour. Instead, I shook my head along with the others. No, we were fine, just shaken up. He nodded, satisfied. "All right, go home, get some sleep. Let the professionals freeze their asses off on that hill for a while. And next time you see something fall out of the sky, maybe don't go running toward it, huh?" He chuckled a little at that, like it was a joke. We forced weak smiles. Nobody corrected him. The next morning, the town had already shifted the whole thing into a story it could live with. I woke up late, head pounding, stomach turning. My mom had the radio on in the kitchen, tuned to the local station the way she always did while she made coffee. The clink of the spoon in the mug, the gurgle of the drip machine, the low murmur of the host's voice. It all felt familiar and safe until I heard the words, "last night," and light in the sky. Multiple residents calling in about a bright green fireball over town around 10 p.m. The announcer was saying, "State police say it was likely a meteor burning up in the atmosphere." Some folks also reported a brief power flicker around the same time, but the utility company says all systems are running normally this morning. So if your TV cut out, maybe that's just the good Lord telling you to go to bed. Mom laughed softly at that. I did not. At the diner later, a couple of old men in John Deere caps were talking about it over eggs. "Looked just like that one back in the 50s, one of them said. "You remember the old story, right? The Flatwoods monster? Kids swore they saw something with a hood walking around after a meteor came down. Bunch of nonsense, if you ask me." His friend snorted. "Yeah, well, they had way less to do back then. Now it's all TV and the internet. Nobody's got the energy to make up monsters anymore." Nobody said anything about a shape standing in the woods. Nobody mentioned red light breathing in the trees. The story got filed away neatly under weird but explainable, like everything else that did not quite fit. Meteor, power flicker, kids spooking themselves in the dark. The town had decided nothing bad had really happened, and that was that. Our bodies did not seem to get the memo. Tyler texted the group chat first, a blurry picture of his forearm. Angry red patches bloomed along the skin in uneven stripes, like he had fallen asleep in the sun with something laid across him. "Anyone else got this?" he wrote. "It burns. Feels like I scraped it on a grill." Jess replied that everything she ate tasted wrong. "Like pennies," she wrote. "I can't get it out of my mouth. Even water tastes like I'm licking a battery." She added a gross face emoji, then followed it with, "I'm not joking though. This sucks." I spent most of that day in the bathroom. My stomach twisted in on itself. Every time I stood up too fast, the room tilted, swimmy and unstable. Mom said it was probably a bug going around. The doctor at the clinic said the same thing, after glancing at my chart and my pallor. He pressed a cold stethoscope to my chest, listened to my heart, frowned a little, then said, "Stomach virus. Drink fluids. Rest. You'll be fine." Nobody wanted to hear about the hill. That night, we gathered at the pizza place. It was Jess's idea. She had a few hours off before the dinner rush, and she wanted, I do not know, to sit in a booth that was bright and warm and smelled like cheese and garlic instead of metal and plastic and ozone. We slid into the red vinyl seats, three of us across from Jess in her apron. The overhead lights buzzed faintly. The soda fountain hissed when someone filled a cup at the counter. There was canned music playing, some pop song we did not listen to. For a while, we did not talk about it at all. We picked at slices, sipped at soda, talked about work and school, and nothing. Eventually, the silence between us got too tight. "So," Jess said finally, voice low, "we're not telling anyone the full story, right?" Mark stared at the grease-smeared napkin in his hands. "Nobody's going to believe us," he said. "They already decided it was a meteor. State cops went up there, didn't find anything they care about. You want to be the ones on the news saying, 'We saw a tall thing in the woods and it made our phones freak out.'" Tyler snorted. "Dude, I'd love to be on the news, but not as local dumbass chases aliens up a hill." "And if we are right," Jess said, "if that was something, what exactly do you think happens if we start screaming about it? Best case, we get laughed at. Worst case, somebody decides we're crazy, or we get actual attention we don't want." She did not have to say from who. We sat there, the four of us, in a booth that had seen breakups, makeups, birthday parties, and post-game pizza binges, and we tried to hammer what we had seen into something we could carry. "Then we forget it," Mark said at last. "We write it off. Meteor, bad smells, imaginations running wild. We don't go up there again. We don't talk about it again. We let it be, whatever it is, without us," He looked up to make sure we were all nodding. "We forget this," I echoed. The words felt wrong in my mouth, like chewing tinfoil. "We move on." We agreed. Of course we did. What else were we going to do? We were not scientists. We were not soldiers. We were four small-town idiots who had gone up a hill chasing a story and come back with something we could not tell. We left the booth, went back to our jobs and houses, and pretended we believed the lie we had just made together. That night, in my old room at my mom's house, I lay awake for a long time, staring at the familiar cracks in the ceiling. The window AC unit rattled and wheezed in its frame, pushing lukewarm air into the room. The mini fridge in the corner hummed as it cycled on, throwing a faint vibration into the floorboards. Somewhere outside, a neighbor's porch light buzzed. Those were the sounds I had grown up with. They used to mean home. They used to be something I could sleep through. I must have dozed, because when it happened, it jerked me back to full awareness. Everything stopped. The AC cut out mid-rattle. The mini fridge clicked off. The faint outside noises, the crickets, the car 2 streets over, the TV in the living room vanished, as if someone had thrown a heavy blanket over the whole world. My body recognized it before my mind did. Every muscle coiled. My breath froze in my chest. In that 1 second of absolute, carved-out silence, the night did not feel like an absence of sound. It felt like the presence of something else, pushing everything noisy out of its way. From the yard, just beyond my window, came a single noise. Shh. Not loud, not dragged out. Just one slow, deliberate stroke. The sound of something heavy and smooth moving once across grass that should have snagged it. Then the AC kicked back on with a cough. The mini fridge grumbled to life. The outside world rushed back in, filling up the space like water flooding a dry basin. I lay there, every hair on my body standing on end, staring at the dark rectangle of my window, knowing exactly what I was not going to do. I did not get up. I did not look outside. I did not check. In the morning, the air smelled normal again. Coffee and toast, and whatever scented candle my mom had decided made the kitchen feel cozy. When I stepped out into the yard, dew soaked my shoes. The grass glittered in the early light. Birds bickered in the maple tree by the fence. There, a few feet from the base of my window, was a mark. It was a single curved smear in the wet grass and soft dirt, as if something broad and heavy had brushed over it once and then lifted away. The shape of it looked wrong for a footprint, wrong for a tire, wrong for any tool I could picture. It was a shallow, dark arc, like the edge of a long, stiff skirt had traced a half circle before sliding off into whatever waited beyond the fence. People like to talk about putting things behind you, as if time is a straight road, and whatever happened just falls off the back of the truck after a few miles. The truth is, sometimes the thing just jogs along beside you and waits until you are tired. The years after that night did not feel like years. They felt like distance I was trying to force between myself and a hill that was closer than it looked on a map. On paper, my life moved forward. I picked up extra shifts at the station, then started stocking part-time at the grocery store down by the highway. I saved money in ugly, careful little chunks. I told myself I was building a way out of town, not running from anything, just a normal guy who wanted something different than a lifetime of ringing up cigarettes and lottery tickets. We stayed away from the hill. That part was not spoken, but it was solid. If I was driving and and my route even grazed that side of town, I took the long way. I went 2 exits out of my way to loop around instead of cutting past the high school access road. If anyone mentioned the radio tower, I nodded and changed the subject. If one of the old guys at the diner brought up the meteor night for a laugh, I kept my face neutral and my hands steady on my coffee mug. We grew up, or pretended to. Mark married a girl who worked the register at the grocery store, someone who had never once in her life cared what the sky did as long as the forecast stayed good for barbecues. They had their reception in the VFW hall with bad lighting and watered-down drinks, and he looked happier than I had ever seen him, which is saying something. He still worked lumber, still stopped by the station for his ritual can of Monster when he was on day shifts, but he did not talk about the woods anymore. Tyler dropped out his senior year. It did not surprise anyone. He bounced between jobs, stocking at the Dollar General, hauling scrap, doing something vague for a cousin's roofing company. He tried to join the army and washed out in MEPS because of cardiac irregularities they said he'd had all along and just never noticed. He told me that in the parking lot of the diner, laughing too hard, eyes a little too wet. Guess Uncle Sam doesn't want anyone with a weak heart, he said, thumping his chest once. Joke's on them. Still strong enough to pump energy drinks and anxiety, right? Jess quit the pizza place and started working nights at the Walmart out by the highway interchange. She liked it better, she said. More people, brighter lights, less time alone with the ovens ticking in the dark. When I went in there to grab something on my day off, I would see her under the fluorescents, zoning end caps, the blue vest making her look like any other bored retail worker. For a second, I could almost believe that the person who had tasted pennies for weeks after the hill was someone else. Everyone's life bent toward normal. Mine tried. What did not bend was the way I flinched when machines stopped. It started small. I would be stocking cans in the grocery aisle, half listening to the distant music and the hum of the refrigerators, when suddenly there would be a hiccup. The store would take a breath. The music stuttered. The coolers went quiet. Even the buzz of the overhead lights seemed to pause. The silence would last a heartbeat, 2, if that, and then everything snapped back into place. Customers kept pushing their carts. Nobody else even looked up. The first time it happened, I dropped the can in my hand. It hit the floor with a heavy thunk I could barely hear over the blood pounding in my ears. I did not say anything. Who was I going to tell? Hey, do you ever notice when the whole building dies for a second and you can't hear your own heart? That is how you get recommended a therapist and a couple weeks off, unpaid. After that, I noticed it everywhere. At home, in the living room, where the box fan and the fridge and the TV would all cut out at once. And for that 1 second, the house felt like it was holding its breath. At the station, during late shifts, when the pumps and the soda machine and the radio all lined up and decided to be silent together. Even in Walmart, when I would visit Jess, and the endless fluorescent hum would vanish for a blink, leaving nothing but the sound of shopping carts and my own pulse. Every time it happened, I stopped whatever I was doing without meaning to. My chest would tighten. I would listen, hard, past the muffled noise in my veins, counting inside my head. 1, 2, waiting for that one extra sound, waiting for a single soft shh dragging through grass. Most times, nothing came. The machines kicked back on, and the moment dissolved like fog. I would force myself to move, to speak, to act like I had not just stared at the space in front of me, like a rabbit watching a shadow. A couple of times, I could have sworn I heard something else. Tiny clicks at the edge of my hearing, or a faint change in pressure, like a storm thinking about happening. That could have been my nerves. Could have been my imagination doing slow, creative damage. Then there were the little malfunctions. Driving past the edge of town, near where the land rose in a long, lazy swell toward the ridge, my phone would heat in my pocket for no reason. Not a normal smartphone warm, but a deep, almost painful heat, the same as when we had gone up the hill. The screen would glitch for a second, a flicker of lines or a frozen image, then go back to normal. Once, when I was filling the ice chest at the station, the radio tower on the hill blinked out of its usual rhythm again. 1, 2, 3, pause. 1, pause. 2. It went back to normal as soon as I realized what I was looking at. I told myself it was all nothing. I made a religion out of coincidence. What finally broke me was a night at the gas station that should have been like any other. It was late, close to midnight, on a Tuesday. The lot was empty, except for a single pickup at Pump 1, idling while the driver disappeared inside to use the bathroom. The air tasted like stale coffee and hot rubber. I was at the counter, scrolling through my phone between customers, one ear tuned to the low murmur of the radio and the drone of the AC. The overhead fluorescents gave their usual tired buzz. The cooler compressors grumbled. Somewhere in the back, the ice machine worked up the energy to spit another load of cubes into the bin. Then the lights flickered, not the usual lazy old bulb kind of flicker. This was a hard, fast stutter, like someone shaking a flashlight. The ceiling went from bright to dim to bright again, so abruptly that my eyes hurt. The neon outside joined in, the red stripe under the canopy strobing once, twice. The AC wheezed and quit. The pumps clicked off as if someone had hit the emergency stop. The digital numbers on their faces froze. The soda machine in the corner fell silent mid-gurgle. In less than a second, the station went from its normal chorus of machinery to a hollow, humming nothing. I knew this feeling too well. The air got thick. My throat closed. I heard my own heartbeat falter. The driver in the pickup popped his head out of the bathroom hallway. "Power out?" he called. Before I could answer, something outside caught my eye. The glass front of the station reflected the interior, like a cheap mirror. In it, I could see the rows of snacks behind me, the dim shape of my own body at the counter, the dark rectangle of the TV on the corner shelf. Overlaid on that was the lot outside, pumps, pavement, the canopy with its pale flickering neon. For a fraction of a second, the reflection of the world beyond the glass turned red. Not bright, not like the hill, just a faint, unhealthy wash, as if the parking lot were being lit by a dying ember instead of electric bulbs. It bled across the pump tops, smeared along the concrete, crept up the sides of the trash cans. Then the light snapped back, full white fluorescent, normal sodium yellow in the lot. The AC coughed to life. The pumps beeped and reset. The radio DJ came back mid-sentence, apologizing for a little hiccup from the grid, like we were all in on a joke. The driver laughed, made some remark about this town's power company being run by hamsters, paid for his gas, and left. He did not see the way my hand shook when I handed him his change. The sheriff came by 15 minutes later because the power company called him to check on the station. Called it a surge. Old wires, hot night, somebody ran a big load at the wrong time. Nothing to worry about. That hill's always been weird, he said, half smiling, leaning on the counter like we were just passing time. Magnetic something or other. Ask any ham radio nut. Makes the lights flicker once in a while. Far as I know, it's never killed anybody. He left with a candy bar and a soda. I left my shift that night with a decision. I could not live in a place where the utilities and the geography and the folklore all lined up over the same patch of land I was pretending not to remember. I could not keep having my heart stall every time the fridge decided to take a 1-second nap. Ohio was not a dream. It was a place I picked almost at random. A friend of a cousin knew a guy in Columbus who could get me a room over a vape shop and a job in a convenience store. I told my mom it was about better pay, more opportunities, a city with actual sidewalks, and more than one chain restaurant. The truth was simpler. The further away I was from that hill, the more I thought I might be able to breathe. On my last night in town, I stood on the porch of the house I had grown up in and looked in the direction of the ridge. I could not see it, of course. Too many houses, too many trees. But I knew exactly where it was. The same way you know where your own tooth hurts without a mirror. The night sounds were all present and accounted for. Crickets. A dog barking down the block. A TV muffled through a neighbor's window. Somewhere far off, a semi-downshifting on Route 19. I leaned on the porch rail and told myself this was the right move, that I was leaving a stupid story behind, that whatever had happened up there on the hill had been a one-off, a glitch, a weird chapter that did not have to define the rest of my life. Then, as if the town itself wanted to correct me, the world took a breath and held it. The crickets cut off mid-chirp. The dog stopped mid-bark. The TV went mute. Even the far-off road noise vanished, like someone had pulled a plug under the whole valley. In that carved-out second of silence, the night pressed in, thick and attentive. I felt my heart lurch. My lungs stalled halfway through an inhale. Every hair on my arms and neck lifted, reaching for something I could not see. Nothing moved. Nothing sounded. It was not a threat. Not exactly. It felt aware. Then the noise came rushing back. Crickets, dog, TV, road. Everything slid into place like a record unpausing. A breeze nudged at the leaves in the yard. A moth bumped dumbly against the porch light. I stood there with my hands tight on the railing, fingers aching, and realized I was sweating despite the cool air. "Okay," I said to the dark, my voice barely more than a breath. Message received. The next morning, I loaded my bags into the back of my car, hugged my mom, told everyone I was just chasing a better paycheck, and pointed my hood toward Columbus. The hill stayed where it was. I told myself I was leaving it behind. I did not yet understand that some distances are measured in silence, not miles. The apartment in Columbus was the nicest place I had ever lived, and also one of the ugliest things I had ever seen. It was on the 3rd floor of a tired brick building over on the east side, one of those complexes with a patriotic name that did not match the reality. Maple Ridge. Even though there were maybe 3 actual maple trees on the whole property, and all of them looked sick. The stairwells smelled like a mix of old carpet cleaner, fryer grease, and somebody's laundry detergent. The railings rattled when you held them, and the mailboxes in the lobby all had scratches where people had tried and failed to pry them open over the years. My unit had a small balcony hanging off the living room, big enough for 2 plastic chairs and a milk crate if you arranged them right. From there, I could see the parking lot spread out below. Rows of cars, faded lines, a couple of oil stains that never quite dried. Beyond the lot was a thin strip of trees, trying very hard to pretend they were woods instead of a glorified windbreak between us and the next development. At night, the silhouettes of the trunks and branches cut a jagged pattern against the sky glow from the city. The day I moved in, the manager, a guy in his early 50s, with a buzz cut and a polo shirt with the complex logo on it, walked me through my new home like he was showing off a model unit instead of something that had seen 100 tenants before me. "You'll like it here," he said, jangling his keyring. "Pretty quiet. No crazy college parties. We got cameras on the parking lot, motion lights on the back. So if anybody even thinks about messing with your car, they're on tape. It's a safe area." He pointed out the little black dome camera tucked under the balcony above mine, its dark eye angled down over the rows of cars. Then he showed me the light with the motion sensor just outside my sliding glass door. The plastic cover yellowed from sun, but still functional. "You step out, it pops on," he said. "Someone else steps under your balcony, it pops on. Good peace of mind, you know?" I nodded like any normal person would. Cameras, lights, safety. It all sounded good and responsible and comforting. None of it made me feel the way I was supposed to feel. Life in Columbus was normal, in the ways that counted. I got a job at a convenience store that looked a lot like the one back home, but cleaner and bigger, with a full hot food section and coffee machines that did not sound like they were dying every time someone pressed a button. Sometimes I worked the morning shift, rolling in bleary-eyed at 6 to set up breakfast pastries and listen to radio DJs scream at each other about sports. Sometimes I did afternoons, coming home just as the sky turned purple over the highway. My days blurred into a simple loop. Work, microwave dinner, local news, sleep. There were little details that fixed it in place. The beeping of the microwave as it nagged me to take out my rapidly cooling plastic tray. The heavy tumble of the dryer in the tiny shared laundry room down the hall. The slap of a neighbor's flip-flops as they shuffled past my door, arguing on the phone with someone about child support or car payments. Sometimes, I would sit on my thrift store couch with a paper plate in my lap, watching the evening news anchors smile too wide as they talked about traffic on I-70 and another armed robbery on the south side, said, in a tone that told you exactly what they thought of people who lived there. Commercials for law firms and furniture outlets and local mattress stores filled the gaps. The sounds of the building seeped through my walls. A toddler upstairs ran back and forth from one end of their unit to the other, like a tiny, unkillable horse. Someone on the ground floor had a TV loud enough that I could identify shows through the floorboards. Pipes clanged and sighed at odd hours. The HVAC system for the whole building shuddered on and off, sending a faint vibration through the vents. I tried to take comfort in the noise. Noise meant life. Noise meant humans. Noise meant I was in a city with streetlights and traffic, instead of on a back road under a blinking red tower. Most of the time, it even worked. Weeks went by. I learned the faces of the regulars at my new job. I memorized which aisles the restock manager always forgot, which lottery players would hold up the line, which cops on this side of state lines liked free coffee and did not ask too many questions. For a while, nothing weird happened. Or maybe I just did not notice it happening. The first time it hit me in Columbus, I was doing something as stupid and ordinary as eating a Salisbury steak out of a black plastic tray. It was late, not West Virginia country late, where the dark feels different, but city late, after 10, before midnight. The kind of hour where most people in my building were either watching something mindless or getting ready for work at some overnight job. I was alone on the couch, TV on low, a local true crime recap, the kind with cheap graphics and somber voiceover. The AC unit in the wall under the front window was humming along, pushing cool air at my legs. The fridge in the compact kitchen at my back growled gently. A box fan I had picked up at Walmart ticked in the corner with every rotation, a little off balance, but still functional. I remember spearing a piece of mashed potato with my fork and half watching a grainy mugshot on the screen when it happened. The world slipped. The TV stayed lit, but the sound of it vanished. The AC stopped mid-hum. The fridge cut off. The fan's tick disappeared. Somewhere outside, the constant, low rush of the freeway that usually underpinned everything muted, like someone had wrapped the city in cotton. It was exactly like someone had grabbed the volume knob on reality and yanked it all the way down, except for the part of it that was inside my own head. My heartbeat stumbled. For a second, it did that awful stall, 1, 2, stop, 3, before slamming back into my chest too hard. My breath hitched. The fork hovered halfway to my mouth. Forgotten. Every cell in my body knew this feeling, recognized it, recoiled from it, even in this new place. No, not here. I did not move. I did not blink. My eyes fixed on the TV, but I was not seeing it. I was listening. Not for the AC, not for the fridge, not for the building's pipes or my upstairs neighbor, or the faint honk of some pissed-off driver out on the street. I was listening for it. For a single, soft shh in the grass below my balcony. For a drag, a scrape, a sound of something moving exactly once because it did not have to hurry. The silence lasted a fraction of a second, maybe half of one. Long enough for my brain to sprint the entire distance back to that hill and back again. Then everything came crashing in. The AC kicked back on with a rattling sigh. The fridge compressor groaned and resumed its endless work. The fan ticked in the corner. The freeway rushed. The TV's sound snapped back mid-word. The anchor's voice, jumping from nothing to, was last seen leaving the bar around 11 p.m. The fork in my hand rattled against the plastic tray. I realized my fingers were numb from how hard I was gripping it. Just a blip, I told myself, out loud, because the quiet under the noise still felt too thick. Old building, power surge, happens. Even as I said it, I knew the pattern had been too clean. Every machine choosing the same second to rest, the same carved-out space I had been trying to outrun. I finished my meal in tiny, tasteless bites, my eyes flicking to the digital clock on the cable box every couple of minutes. 10:37, 10:42, 10:51. Nothing else happened. The night settled back into its usual slouch. I should have turned everything off and gone to bed. Instead, I stayed up, scrolling my phone, letting autoplay throw videos at me until my eyes burned. Anything to drown out the memory of that dead second. At some point, near midnight, I got up to rinse my plate and dump the plastic in the trash. The apartment felt stuffy. I slid the balcony door open a few inches to let some air in, the cheap metal frame rattling in its track. Outside, the parking lot lay under a thin wash of light from the tall poles at its corners. A couple of cars pulled in and out, headlights briefly glaring across my ceiling. Someone on the opposite balcony smoked, the orange pinprick of their cigarette bobbing as they gestured to whoever was on the phone with them. The motion sensor light above my balcony door was off, The camera dome up and to the left stared down at its kingdom with its blank, glossy eye. I did not step out. I did not need fresh air that badly. I snapped the blinds halfway shut, leaving a narrow strip of view, and sat back down. I must have drifted into that restless, not quite sleep state you get on the couch, where your thoughts are just noise and the TV's glow paints everything in blue. The next thing I remember clearly is my phone buzzing beside me with some pointless notification and me blinking at a dark screen that had not been dark a second before, and the light outside my balcony door blazing white. It snapped on with that harsh, sudden brightness motion lights always have, flooding the glass with reflection. The blinds glowed from outside, thin slats etched in light. My living room walls picked up a faint spill, shadows shifting as if someone had flipped a switch just for me. My first stupid thought was that one of the neighbors had come up the stairs to visit someone and passed under the sensor. People wandered these balconies all the time. Delivery guys, kids, bored smokers. Then I remembered the blip earlier, the carved out second, the way my heart had hesitated, the way the air had felt thick, like it had company. I picked up the remote with fingers that suddenly felt too big and muted the TV. The apartment was not silent, far from it, but every hum and whir suddenly sounded like something hiding behind a curtain. I eased up just enough slat in the blinds with 2 fingers to look out. The balcony was empty. No neighbor. No shadow of a person moving away. The parking lot below looked exactly the way it always did at that hour. Cars parked in their crooked rows. A single SUV easing down the far lane. Somebody's engine idling faintly somewhere out of sight. The strip of trees beyond was a dark, tangled shape. No red glows, no pale discs, just branches and darkness. I swallowed and did what everyone does when they want to convince themselves they're being rational. I checked the footage. The manager had given us all logins to the building's camera system for transparency, like he was proud of how high-tech the place was. I opened the app on my phone, thumb clumsy on the icons, and pulled up the feed for Lot Rear South, the one that covered my section of the parking lot and part of my balcony. The live view showed my own sliding door, the glare of the motion light blowing out most of the detail. I scrubbed back a minute or two before the light had come on. The recording rolled in washed out color. My balcony door, dark. The faint outline of the railing, the tops of cars below. For a few seconds, nothing moved. Then the motion light flicked on in the footage, just as it had in real life, flooding the frame with white. For a fraction of a second, the image glitched. The screen smeared into static, jagged lines, square artifacts, a gray-white snow that did not belong on a digital camera in 20-something. It lasted maybe half a beat, long enough for my mind to try and find shapes in it, to imagine a tall outline where there was nothing but noise. Then the picture snapped back to normal. Empty balcony, empty rail, parking lot, a car turning into a space 2 rows over. The app flagged it as a motion event, as if that meant anything. I sat there on the couch, phone warm and heavy in my hand, motion light still blazing outside my glass door, and realized something that made the back of my neck go cold. Ohio had given me new walls, new streets, new jobs, new neighbors. What it had not given me was a different kind of silence. Wherever I went, there was still a second in every day when the machines stopped. And now, even in a new city, when that second ended, something was close enough to flip on my light. I did not watch the footage right away. For a few hours, I let myself pretend it was just some drunk neighbor wandering too close to the building, or a raccoon, or that weird guy from 2B who smoked on everybody's steps. I ate the rest of my dinner cold. I washed the plate. I let the motion light outside burn itself out and clicked through 3 different shows without absorbing a single scene. It was only when I lay down in bed a little after 1 in the morning, the room half lit by the red glow of the digital alarm clock, that the thought dug its way past everything else. You have it on video, not a memory, not a feeling, not a story, a recording. I stared at the ceiling a while longer, listening to the AC breathe in the wall, the fridge in the kitchenette rumble, the faint whoosh of cars passing a couple of blocks away. I knew if I closed my eyes, I would see that motion light snapping on again, bright and white, for no one. Finally, I gave up. I padded back out to the living room in bare feet, the carpet rough under my soles, and sat on the edge of the couch. The glow from the sliding glass door was gone. The motion light had timed out, leaving the glass a flat black rectangle. My phone felt heavier than it should have. As I unlocked it and opened the app the manager had made us all download. Building cam, with a little shield icon, as if a logo could protect anyone from anything. The live view popped up first. Nighttime mode, grainy, everything in black and white. The parking lot lay under a wash of gray. Cars dulled into darker shapes. The line of trees beyond was a jagged, darker band. My balcony edge was just visible at the top of the frame, a pale strip of concrete in the vertical bars of the rail. I tapped the events icon and scrolled until I saw the most recent motion alert from rear south lot. Timestamp, 12:13 a.m., about when I remembered the light coming on. My thumb hovered over it for a second. This is stupid, I thought. It's going to be nothing. A moth. A moth the size of your porch light. I opened it anyway. The clip loaded as a series of still frames for a second, then smoothed into video. There was no sound. These cameras were cheap, or at least configured that way. But my brain filled in the hum of the lot lights and the distant hush of city noise anyway. The timestamp glowed in the corner, 00:13:02. For the first 7 seconds, there was absolutely nothing to see. The motion light over my balcony door was off, so my specific slice of building was just a pale suggestion against the darker sky. The main lot lights washed the rows of parked cars in flat, dim gray. A bit of wind stirred the tops of the trees at the back, making the line of them ripple slightly, black against black. A sedan's taillights faded as it pulled away down the left edge of the frame. Headlights from a car on the connecting street briefly flared and vanished. Otherwise, the world held its breath and let the seconds stack. On the 8th second, the picture hiccuped. The image jumped. Not much, not like a dramatic movie glitch, just a little sideways twitch. The edges of things smeared for a frame, the way old VHS tapes used to warp when the tracking went bad. A scatter of static snow flickered across the middle of the picture and then was gone. In the middle of that smear, near the line of trees at the back, something else appeared. It was just a vertical streak of gray at first glance. If you did not know what you were looking for, your eye might skip right over it, registering it as a trick of compression or a smudge on the lens. The lower part of the streak widened slightly as it met the pavement, like someone had dragged a wet brush downward and let it fan out at the bottom. The top flared just a little more than the rest. Not much, just enough. My stomach went cold. I dragged my thumb along the timeline, frame by frame now, instead of letting the clip run. 01308,000. The lot. The trees. No streak. 01308. 033. Static. A ghost of snow. 0.1308. 66. The streak. I stopped there. The lower edge of it blended into the gray of the pavement and the even darker strip that might have been the start of the tree shadows. There was no clean outline. Nothing you could circle on a printed screenshot and say, here it is. It was as if something had stepped into a frame that did not fully know how to represent it. The upper portion, though, had shape. The sides of the streak flared outward near the top, forming a subtle suggestion of a hood, edges softened by the camera's low resolution. The whole thing made a rough spade shape, wider near the head, narrowing down toward the ground. The center of that widened part, the place where a face should be, was a bit lighter than the rest, a smudge of off-white against the darker gray. I pinched to zoom, the pixels cracking apart, blocks of gray blooming into bigger blocks. At this level, it should have been meaningless. Noise, digital mud. But in the square that represented the center of that hooded shape, two specks of brighter gray sat horizontally, spaced just right. They were not crisp. They were not glowing. They were not eyes in any way you could present to a skeptic and win. They were two tiny dots that were just a little too symmetrical, a little too perfectly placed to write off. I tapped the screen to freeze the frame. The timestamp in the corner, locked at 00.1308 Sorskisks. The progress bar stopped. The apartment's AC unit shut off. It had been humming along in the background the whole time I was watching the clip. A familiar low whoosh I had stopped consciously hearing. When it cut out mid-breath, the sudden absence was a physical thing, hitting my ears like a hand. The fridge followed, its gentle rumble fading into nothing. The faint, distant thrum of the building's central system eased. Somewhere upstairs, the toddlers stopped running, either because they happened to pause or because my awareness had tunneled in so tight that everything else just fell away. The video on my phone sat frozen, grainy black and white, parked cars, a strip of building, trees, and that gray streak with its two pale dots. It did not move. It did not flicker. It just waited on the screen. A sound rose in my head, not from the phone. There was no audio, and not from any appliance. A low, steady hum unfurled behind my ears, too deep to be tinnitus, too real to be imagination. It was exactly the same note I had heard on the hill behind my old high school. The same vibration that had filled my bones, while the red light breathed through the trees. It swelled slowly, wrapping around my thoughts, fuzzing the edges. For a moment, it felt like the tiny gray dots in that frozen frame were not just pixels, but points of contact, two ends of a wire being pressed to my attention. My thumb hovered over the screen, suddenly slick with sweat. The fine hairs on my arm lifted, prickling. Then, as abruptly as it had stopped, the AC kicked back on. The fridge coughed to life. The building resumed its mechanical breathing. The hum in my head did not disappear entirely, but it retreated, becoming just another echo I could almost pretend was in my imagination. I stayed like that for a long time, staring at the frozen image, the gray streak, the dots that might have been reflected light, or a resolving artifact, or nothing at all. There is a line you cross when you admit certain things to yourself. Up until that point, you can still climb down. You can still say coincidence and camera glitch and mean them. I was not ready to cross it. Not yet. With fingers that did not feel entirely like mine, I hit play again and let the clip continue. The next frame, the streak blurred. The one after that, it was gone. The camera showed only the parking lot, empty except for cars. The trees behind rustled a little. A moth fluttered near one of the lot lights, briefly flaring brighter before looping out of frame. The motion light over my balcony door turned off halfway through the clip as its timer ran out, and the top edge of the picture went darker. If you watched it all the way through at normal speed, it looked like nothing had happened at all. I backed out of the clip. The app took me back to the list of events. Each one a little thumbnail of stillness, people coming and going, cars pulling in, a delivery guy with a pizza box. My thumb hovered over the one from Muriro 13 again. Then I did the most cowardly human thing. I pressed and held until the option came up and tapped delete. The app asked if I was sure. I said yes. The entry vanished from the list, replaced by others. Older, newer, safer. Glitch, I said to the empty room, the word coming out too loud in the hum of the AC. Just a glitch, cheap cameras, IR sensor freaking out, that's all. I closed the app. I set my phone face down on the coffee table, like it might show me something I did not ask for if I left its screen up. I turned the TV back on and let some sitcom rerun fill the space where my question should have been. Later, when I finally went back to bed, I lay there listening to the steady churn of the AC and the soft buzz of the mini fridge, counting breaths, fighting the urge to get up and check the balcony again. Somewhere around the point where my body started to give up and my brain began to slide into shallow sleep, it happened. The AC cut out. The fridge went still. The building's vanes stopped humming. For exactly one heartbeat, the world went flat and empty. In that carved-out pocket of nothing, just beyond my apartment door, I heard a sound. Not the dragging, not the shh through grass. This was smaller, sharper. A single, light click, like a plastic switch being flipped. The same sound the motion sensor made in the hallway outside when someone walked past and the lights popped on. Then everything restarted. Air, plastic, electricity. I lay there, eyes open in the dark, staring at the faint outline of my bedroom door, tracing all the ways a safe building can be hollow. In the morning, sunlight pushed around the edges of the blinds, too clean and honest for the thoughts I had carried through the night. I stepped out onto the balcony for the first time since deleting the video, the sliding door whining in its track. The air outside smelled like car exhaust and cut grass and whatever detergent the downstairs neighbor used on their laundry. I set my hands on the metal rail in front of me to lean, the paint warm under my palms. That was when I saw it. Along the top edge of the railing, right where someone's forearms might rest if they were looking down into the lot, a thin, dark smear arced across the paint. It was dried now, flaking at the edges, but it had been wet at some point, wet enough to stick and cling. It was not a handprint, not a smudge from someone's sleeve. It had no fingers, no knuckles, no gaps. It was a single, smooth, shallow curve, like the edge of something broad and heavy had pressed there for a moment, then slid away. The first time I saw it again in Ohio, I was chewing on a stale donut in a break room that smelled like burnt popcorn and mop water. Our store's break room was barely a room, just a square behind the stock area with a table, a dented fridge, a microwave older than me, and a TV bolted high in the corner. The TV was always on, usually tuned to local news or sports, not because anyone cared, but because silence in there made you too aware of how thin the walls were between you and the rest of the store. I was on my 15-minute break, sitting in one of the plastic chairs with my back to the vending machines, the hum of the soda cooler pressed against the back of my neck. My phone lay face down on the table because I had started to hate the way the screen reflection followed me around the room. Amber, one of the cashiers from day shift, was leaning against the counter with a yogurt cup, and Manny from night stock sat sideways in his chair, feet up, scrolling his phone. We were all half watching the news, more out of habit than interest. Dozens of calls to our newsroom last night about a strange green light in the sky over Columbus, the anchor said, smiling in that way they teach you to smile in broadcasting school. Bright, practiced, just a shade too big. If you were outside around 9:40, you might have seen it yourself. My hand tightened around the donut without realizing it. Powdered sugar dusted my knuckles. A clip popped up, filling the screen. Grainy cell phone footage, the shaky frame of someone's backyard. A rectangle of sky between two dark roofs. A voice off camera laughing, "Yo, what is that?" Then it was there. A streak of bright green cutting across the sky. Not as low as the West Virginia one had been. Not from that angle. This camera was farther away. The fire carved its path near the top of the frame, thinner, sleeker. But the color was wrong in that same familiar way. Too electric, too sharp, like a wound you could see from 50 miles away. It moved in a smooth arc and vanished somewhere off-screen, leaving a faint, glowing afterimage that bled into the night for a couple of frames before fading. My mouth went dry. The donut might as well have been chalk. "Whoa," Manny said through a full mouth. "Meteor. Looks so cool," Amber said. "My cousin posted it on Facebook. She was freaking out. Said it was aliens. I told her she needs to drink less Monster." The anchor chuckled as the station cut through a series of similar clips. Different angles, different parts of the city. Over a gas station, over a subdivision. Reflected in the dark glass of an office building. That same slash of green in every shot, like someone had dragged a neon marker across the sky, and everyone's phones had flinched at the same time. Experts tell us it was most likely a small meteor breaking up as it entered the atmosphere, the anchor went on. No reports of any damage or debris on the ground. Just a free light show, courtesy of the universe. He put a little extra warmth into that last part, and the lower third graphic under his face read, "Mystery Meteor over Columbus." My tongue did that thing it had done back home. The metallic taste rolled in slow and ugly, like I had been sucking on pennies. It sat on the back of my throat, under the sugar, making me want to spit. I tried to swallow and found my jaw clenched tighter than it should be. My heartbeat, which had been chugging along at a nice, caffeine-fueled workday rhythm, stuttered, then raced. "Y'all see that last night?" Manny asked the room. I was driving in from the west and thought someone's billboard had exploded. "Nah," Amber said. "I was mid-shift. Heard a couple customers talking about it, though. Everybody acting like it's a sign of the apocalypse. Like, chill. It's space rock." "It's always space rock until it's not," Manny said, but he laughed. I did not laugh. I heard myself say, I missed it, and my voice sounded normal, dull, bored even, like I was talking about a game I had not watched. The station cycled back to the first clip again, but this time they slowed it down. A little banner popped up. Viewer video, slowed for effect. The backyard appeared, the rectangle of sky, the shaky frame, the voice, then the streak. In slow motion, I could see more than I wanted to. The green wasn't just a line. It had thickness, a fat core of white surrounded by that bad electric halo. The camera's sensor struggled with the brightness. The edges bled a little. As it arced across the top of the frame, I stared past it, down toward where it was heading. The horizon in that shot wasn't buildings. It was a dark band of treetops. Not dense woods like back home, just a long strip of taller trees lining what looked like the edge of an apartment complex or park. Their tops looked like torn paper against the sky. The fire cut across and down, disappearing behind those trees. My throat tightened. That shape, the low band of trees, the gap in the middle where the light vanished, looked disgustingly familiar. It looked like the view from my own balcony if someone had stepped 3 blocks back and tilted the camera just right. "There's my side of town," Manny said casually, pointing with his yogurt spoon. "See those billboards? That's over near our exit." I leaned forward. The system obligingly froze the frame for a second, while the anchor narrated something about amazing shots pouring into our newsroom. I ignored him. Just before the fire vanished behind the tree line, the light flared brighter. It might have been the camera overcompensating, or the meteor hitting a pocket of something, or nothing. In that flash, for a single frame, something else seemed to pull away from the line. It was so quick, I could have missed it if I had blinked. A darker patch, breaking off from the brighter streak, trailing behind just a hair slower, falling on a slightly different trajectory. It had no shape I could swear to, just a suggestion, like a shadow slipping sideways. Then it was gone. The clip jumped ahead, the glowing trail smeared across the sky, fading. My stomach cramped, a slow, cold fist closing somewhere behind my navel, green light tearing the sky, trees catching the last of the glow. Something else, just outside what the camera could properly explain. I was back on that hill in West Virginia, the radio tower blinking too slowly, the clearing, the red breathing light, the tall silhouette that had not cared how fast we ran, the truck whining and refusing to start, the static on the gas station cameras, the gray streak on my Ohio balcony footage, 2 pale dots in the middle of it, like eyes that would not admit they were eyes. Pattern is just repetition, with enough time between to make you hope it will not happen again. Sitting in that break room, watching the same color carve across a different sky, I felt the hope wear through. Wherever it falls, something can write it down. The thought arrived whole, like it had been waiting years for me to be slow enough to catch it. The meteor is the delivery system. The thing inside it, or clinging to it, or just using the moment when people are all looking up and saying, "Wow," is what matters. People in Flatwoods in the 50s had seen a fireball too, if you believe the old stories. They called what came after it a monster, because what else do you call something your brain has no file folder for? We had laughed at them, sitting in diners and gas stations, acting like we were smarter now. Now, the same color was sprinting across the Ohio sky, and a cheaper, more modern camera system had stuttered exactly when something tall passed under my balcony. "Pretty crazy, huh?" Amber said, flicking her empty yogurt cup toward the trash. It bounced off the rim and landed on the floor. "World's ending, and we still gotta stock the beer cooler." "Yeah," I said. "Crazy." The anchor wrapped up the segment with a joke about aliens and no need to panic. The chyron changed. "Our weather team tracks your weekend." A smiling meteorologist started talking about a cold front. As he did, the TV did a small, almost polite thing. The picture flickered. Not fully out. Just a quick, thin line of distortion that warped the meteorologist's face for a heartbeat, stretching his smile sideways. The sound hiccuped. In that hiccup was a burst of static. It was tiny. A half second of ch, garbling his words. The kind of thing you could write off as a cable issue or an old TV on its last legs. Amber kept scrolling her phone. Manny yawned. For them, it was nothing. For me, that splinter of static landed perfectly on the same cracked spot in my memory as the noise from the hill. The metallic taste thickened in my mouth. The forked rhythm of my heart fluttered once, then steadied like it had been poked on purpose. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked before I could stop myself. "Hear what?" Manny said, not looking up. "TV glitched," Amber said. "Storms mess with it sometimes. You okay? You look like you just saw a ghost." "Just tired," I said. My 15 minutes were almost up. The break room clock ticked painfully loud above the fridge. Somewhere beyond the door, the store's front bell chimed as a customer came in. The same cheerful electronic ding we heard 100 times a day. Pattern is repetition. The universe draws the same shape in different places and waits to see who notices, sitting there under the humming fluorescent light with powdered sugar on my hands and static still buzzing in the back of my skull. I realized that whatever had dropped into that hill behind my old high school had learned a new address. And the fire in the sky was not a one-time delivery. When the fireball over Columbus finally pushed me over whatever line I had been dancing on, the first thing I did was open my contacts and realize how much of my old life I had let rot. Mark's name was still in my phone, but it was a couple of models old and 3 jobs ago. I had carried the number forward like a superstition, never using it, never deleting it. Now, looking at it on the glowing screen in my Columbus kitchen, it felt less like a name and more like a question. I hit call anyway. It rang once, twice, 3 times. Then a robotic voice cut in, flat and unbothered. "The number you have dialed is no longer in service." I hung up before it finished the script. My thumb hovered over the screen for a second, then slid over to another app I had not opened in months. Facebook felt like a ghost town. Old profile picture, old friends list, old posts about shifts and football games and jokes that were not funny anymore. I scrolled down until I found Jess's profile. Still there, still her. Still the same photo of her in a Walmart vest, throwing up a peace sign and rolling her eyes at whoever was behind the camera. Her last post was months old, a meme about customers and shopping carts. Comments from people I only half remembered. I stared at the message button for a long time. What was I going to say? "Hey, remember that night we maybe saw a thing climb out of the sky and follow us home? How's your week going?" I typed and erased 3 different versions of an opener before I finally settled on something pathetic. "Hey, it's me, from the station. You still in town?" I sent it before I could talk myself out of it. The little scene check did not pop up. I stared at the screen anyway, as if I could will it into appearing. I went to work. I sold cigarettes and scratch-offs and reheated burritos to people who had never heard of Flatwoods. I nodded at regulars, smiled at kids, wiped down the counter. Every time my phone buzzed in my pocket, my heart did that lurch. It was almost closing before she answered. I was restocking the cooler when the vibration hit. I checked the screen and saw her name. "Yeah, still here. Same Walmart. Is this really you?" My fingers suddenly felt too big for the keyboard. "It's me," I typed. "Can we talk? Like, actually talk. Call." There was a pause, long enough for me to think she'd decided against it. Then, "On lunch in 10. Call me then." She sent a number with an area code I recognized. 10 minutes later, I was in my car in the parking lot, engine off, the last of the evening rush trickling past on the road in front of the store. Streetlights glowed. A couple argued half-heartedly near a cart corral. Someone's bass thumped through their closed windows. I dialed her number. The ring was shorter this time. 2 tones, then a click. "Hello." Her voice was older, rougher at the edges, but it was her. I could hear fryer noise and distant PA announcements bleeding in behind her. Associates to electronics, that sort of thing. "Hey," I said. My throat went tight. It's me." She did not answer right away. For a few seconds, all I heard was the Walmart soundtrack, the soft roar of HVAC, the faraway squeak of cartwheels. Then she said, very quietly, "I knew you'd call eventually." That threw me. "I almost didn't," I admitted. "I've been trying not to think about anything. But then there was a meteor on the news here. Green. Over my side of town, and something with my building cameras, and..." I trailed off. It felt stupid spilling all that out. Crazy. Jess let out a short, humorless laugh. "Of course there was," she said. "Why not?" We talked around it at first. Asked about jobs, about her mom, about my move. She told me she was working nights now, that the Walmart never really sleeps, that she was fine, just tired, in the tone people use when they are anything but. I told her about the convenience store, the apartment, the balcony view. We did not say monster. We did not say alien. We said back then and that night, like we were both afraid of naming it out loud, as if names were invitations. "You ever go up there anymore?" I asked. "What do you think?" She shot back. "Fair." She was quiet for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice had that faraway quality it gets when someone is watching something that isn't there in front of them. "Mark tried to pretend it was nothing," she said. "Even more than you did. You know how he is. Or was." She corrected herself quickly, and my stomach dropped a little at the tense shift. "What do you mean, was?" I said. "Is he..." "Relax," she said. "He's alive, far as I know. Just not really around. Got laid off from the mill. His wife's posting a lot of inspirational bullshit about new beginnings, so you tell me how that's going." I could picture him behind the wheel of that truck, hands white on the wheel, eyes fixed straight ahead. "He sleep okay?" I asked, before I could bite it back. Jess snorted softly. "Not for a while," she said. "He used to come by the pizza place after shifts, even after I quit. Said he'd wake up in the middle of the night, seeing that red light behind the trees. Not a dream exactly, just like it was waiting for him every time he shut his eyes." "Red light behind the trees," I repeated, my fingers tightening on the steering wheel. "Yeah." Said sometimes driving at night, if he saw a tower light flicker out of the corner of his eye, he'd almost run off the road. His wife made him go to a doctor. Doc said sleep disorder and gave him pills. You can imagine how much that helped. It did not help me. "What about Tyler?" I asked, though I already had an idea. She sighed. "You know Tyler," she said. "Got bored, got angry, got into things he shouldn't. Pills. Then more. He used to hang out with these kids who liked to go out to the old logging roads and drink. Said he liked the quiet out there." She paused, then added, "And then he started saying weird stuff. My neck prickled. What kind of weird stuff? That he felt watched, she said. That he'd be walking down by the tree line near his grandma's place, and everything would go quiet. No bugs, no birds, nothing. And he could feel something standing in the woods just back from where he could see. He'd make jokes about it, call it his shadow buddy, but he didn't sleep either. Started going out more at night, not less, like he was trying to catch it in the act or something. She swallowed. I could hear it over the line. And then? I asked. And then one day, he was just gone, she said. Left town, is what everyone says. His grandma swears he took some clothes, some cash. No note, no goodbye. Just disappeared. Cops didn't care much. Kid with a record takes off, they shrug. She still puts up flyers every once in a while, like he's just misplaced. Through the windshield, the convenience store's neon logo reflected in my eyes. It looked wrong, reversed on the glass, like a word in a language I did not speak. Jess, I said, what do you remember from up there? Really, because there's something I keep thinking about, and I need to know if I made it up. She was quiet long enough that I thought the call had dropped. Which part? She asked finally. The clearing, I said. When we saw the tall one, before we ran. I keep replaying it, and in my head, there's something else behind it. Smaller, like... I trailed off, suddenly embarrassed. Like a second shape, like a kid, or a trial run. There was a sharp intake of breath on her end. You saw it too, she said, voice very flat. My heart punched my ribs. So it was real. She let out a breath that sounded like it had been waiting years to escape. I thought I was losing it, she said. I thought if I mentioned it, you'd all say I was just seeing things. But yeah, when Tyler swung the light around and hit the big one, just before we all lost our minds, I saw something at the edge of the red, like a shorter version. Same skirt thing, same kind of hood, but not all the way filled in, like lines on a drawing that hadn't been colored yet. She shuddered audibly. It was standing closer to the light than the big one, she went on, right in the glow. And when the flashlight hit it, it flinched. Not like it was scared, more like surprised, like a kid caught doing something it wasn't supposed to. The hairs on my arms stood up. In my mind, that half-seen second shape from my last glance over my shoulder stepped forward, more solid now, with someone else's memory layering over mine. It's not just one of them, I said quietly. Yeah, she murmured. Funny how that's what scares you the most. We fell silent. The hum of the Walmart HVAC filled the gaps on her end. A truck rumbled by on the road outside my car. My own AC ticked in the dash, the vents blowing faintly on my hands. Do you remember when everything stopped? She asked suddenly. Up there, when all the sounds cut out at once. Not just the machines. Everything. Every day, I said. I still... The line hissed. Static rushed into my ear, loud and sudden, like someone had jammed my head against a detuned radio. It wasn't the faint crackle of a bad connection. It was a full, sharp burst, drowning out Jess's voice mid-syllable. For a second, there was nothing but that noise crawling along my nerves. Then the call dropped. The phone screen showed the call timer, frozen. Then it flipped back to my recent calls list. I stared at it, my own breath loud in the car, heart hammering like it wanted out. I hit redial. It went straight to voicemail. No ring, no nothing. A second later, my phone buzzed with a text from Jess. My power just went out for a second, it read. Everything went completely silent. Another bubble appeared, 3 dots blinking like they were thinking. Then, I am not talking about this again. Before I could type a response, the chat grayed out. Her name went from blue to black. The app informed me, with cheerful neutrality, that I could no longer send messages to this user. She had blocked me. The car's engine ticked as it cooled. The parking lot lights buzzed. Somewhere in the building behind me, the soda cooler kicked on. Inside my chest, something quiet and patient shifted, like a hill rolling over in its sleep. Once you start looking for those moments, you realize how often the world drops the beat. I did not intend to turn it into an experiment. It started as a coping mechanism, something my brain latched onto when the fireball on TV and Jess's cutoff call made it clear that putting this behind me was not an available option. I began to count. The first day, I used the Notes app on my phone. 9:14 a.m., store, cooler plus AC plus radio cut for Hummer 1 Saki. 2:02 p.m., bus, engine idled weird, AC vents went quiet. 11:31 p.m., apartment, AC plus fridge, plus upstairs TV went off together. At first it felt like I was just documenting the normal hiccups of aging machinery. Old buildings, overworked grids, minor brownouts. Sometimes the lights dimmed a little. Sometimes they did not. Sometimes the only reason I even noticed was because I was waiting for it. But patterns have a way of drawing themselves even if you swear you are not holding the pen. In the store, it mostly happened in the early afternoon, when the sun hit the front windows hardest and the building seemed to groan under the weight of the heat. The hum of the drink coolers and the overhead vents would stop mid-sigh. The radio DJ's voice would drop out, and for a heartbeat, the only sound would be customer voices trailing off, confused, before everything came back. On the bus, it was usually while idling at red lights. The engine would rumble, then settle, then go too quiet. The fans would die. The passengers' conversations would smear into a muffled nothing inside my head, even if their lips still moved. Then the diesel would cough back to life, and the whole metal box would jerk forward. At home, there was no schedule. That was what bothered me. Sometimes, it was early evening, while I was standing at the stove, watching water fail to boil. Sometimes, it was near midnight, when I was scrolling in the blue light of my phone. Everything would take a tiny, synchronized break, like the building had collectively remembered a step in a dance I did not know. I started marking them down more carefully. Time, place, what was running, what shut off, how long the pause lasted, and what I felt. Because it was not just about the AC and the fridge and the fan. It was the way my heart would briefly misfire in those pockets, the way my ears would ring, the way the air itself felt, occupied, for lack of a better word. It escalated on a Tuesday night that didn't want to be special. I was in the kitchen, hunched over the tiny patch of counter between the sink and the stove, my notebook open. I had given up on the Notes app. Having it all in ink made it feel more real somehow. A cheap spiral-bound pad now held a scatter of times and shaky descriptions. 9:12, 10:22 p.m. Living room. TV plus AC plus. Fridge pause. 0.75 sec. Felt like ears popped. Stuff like that. The kind of thing you would expect someone in the early stages of a nervous breakdown to write, if you found it later. The AC in the wall under the living room window was running. I could hear it through the doorway. Steady, mechanical breath. The fridge behind me was doing its low, rolling growl. a sound I had mostly stopped hearing before all of this. The hallway fan outside my apartment door whirred, pushing stale air down the corridor. Somewhere in the building, muted through drywall and distance, someone's TV laughed at a joke. The overhead kitchen light buzzed faintly. The sink was full of dishes I'd been promising myself I would wash for 2 days. A spoon stood half buried in a cereal bowl, just the handle sticking up. I was jotting down the break room TV glitch, the little static cough from that meteor segment, when it happened. It did not land the way the others had. The previous pauses had been like someone bumping a table, annoying, noticeable, but not malicious. This one felt deliberate. I felt it in my chest first. My heart did this odd backwards lurch, a stutter that made my breath catch. Then the sound dropped out. The AC cut off. The fridge fell silent. The hallway fan stopped, not staggered, not fading, just gone, all at once. The buzz of the kitchen light persisted for half a beat longer, then died too. For 1, maybe 2 seconds, the apartment was as quiet as the top of that hill. No humming, no clicking, no traffic from outside, no neighbor's subwoofer trying to crawl through the floor. I did not move. I did not even turn my head. Every muscle in my body locked down, waiting for the extra sound I had been training myself to hear. It came from the direction of the balcony, not loud, not dramatic, no slam, no thud, just a soft drag, a slow scrape, as if someone were pulling something heavy and flexible across the outside of my railing. Shk! Like a thick raincoat sliding over metal. It lasted less than a second, a single, unhurried motion. It did not repeat. The hair on the back of my neck prickled so hard it hurt. I stared straight ahead at the notebook. The letters on the page had gone blurry. The tip of my pen pressed into the paper, leaving a dark, spreading dot. Behind me, in the sink, the spoon vibrated. It was the smallest sound. A faint, ringing ting as the metal handle tapped against the side of the bowl. Normally, it would have been lost under the kitchen's usual noise. Now, it landed like a pin, dropping in a cathedral. The fridge kicked back on a half second after that, like it had been startled awake by its own dishes. The AC in the living room whirred to life with a cough. The hallway fan resumed its tired spin. Somewhere, someone's laugh track resumed mid-chuckle. I turned slowly to look at the sink. The spoon was exactly where I remembered leaving it. Handle tilted, bowl half crusted with dried milk. The water in the bottom of the basin still rippled, a few small circles spreading outward from the metal, lapping against plates and cups. No windows were open. The balcony door was shut. There had been no truck outside, no train, nothing big enough to make the building shake. Just that moment when the world had cut to dead air, and the thing outside my balcony had used it to move. Standing there with my hand locked around a pen and my stomach trying to crawl up my throat, I realized something ugly had shifted inside me. I was more afraid of quiet than noise now. No creak, no footstep, no distant shout could scare me as much as that carved-out absence where something else had room to make decisions. Cheering crowds, sirens, thunder, fine. I could live above a highway or next to train tracks and sleep like a baby if it meant there was less space for that one perfect second to stretch. In the weeks that followed, I started to structure my nights around fighting the silence. I left the TV on in the living room with the sound muted, just to have the constant change of light and motion in the corner of my eye. I set my phone to play podcasts on low volume, not to listen to, but to create a layer of human voices in the background. I ran the box fan in the bedroom even when it was cold. It did not matter. No matter how many machines I stacked against it, there was always a moment when they betrayed me together. I remember one night in particular because it is the one that made it into the error logs. It was after 2 in the morning. I could not sleep. I had given up on pretending and was standing in the kitchen, trying to decide whether eating cereal again would make me feel better or worse. The overhead light was on. The living room TV spilled flickering color into the hall from an infomercial I was not watching. The AC ran. The fridge hummed. My phone sat on the counter, a podcast chattering quietly about some crime that had happened to someone else. I was standing in the doorway between the kitchen and the living room, hands on either side of the frame, as if I could hold the apartment together by brute force. And then it happened. That tiny, traitorous sinking. The TV picture froze mid-demo. A woman's hands suspended above a miracle mop. The AC coughed and went still. The fridge cut. The phone speaker went from whisper to nothing. Even the subtle, constant whir of the hallway fan outside my door winked out. The silence was total, but it was not empty. The air in the apartment changed. It felt thicker, like humidity without warmth, pressing against my skin. The hairs on my arms lifted. My breath stalled halfway in. I did not hear a drag or a click this time. No clear, reportable noise. But every cell in my body agreed on one thing. Something was standing on the other side of the balcony door. I could not see it. The blinds were down. The glass was just a dark rectangle at the edge of my vision, but the space near it felt bent, distorted, like heat shimmer on asphalt, except this was cold. I knew, the way you know someone has walked into a room behind you, that if I moved toward that door in those 1 or 2 stolen seconds, something on the other side would be closer than it had been before. The silence broke. The TV resumed, the host's voice jumping mid-sentence. The AC rattled back to life. The fridge groaned. The phone podcast picked up, the host apologizing for a little glitch in the recording, like that explained anything. I stayed where I was, hands on the door frame, fingers hurting from how hard I had been holding on, lungs burning. I realized, with a weird kind of shame, that I had been holding my breath. When my heart stopped doing double time, I forced myself to move, to rinse my bowl, to go to bed, to lie on my side facing away from the balcony door and pretend I could sleep anywhere but under its gaze. In the morning, there was a notification on my phone from the building's camera system app. System alert, no footage recorded between 2:13:04 a.m. and 2:13:05 a.m. due to unknown error. Rear south lot camera temporarily unavailable. 1 second. Not enough to worry the manager. He probably never even saw the alert. The system had logged it, shrugged, and moved on. I stared at the timestamp until the numbers blurred. 2:13:04, 2:13:05. The exact minute I remembered standing in my kitchen with my lungs locked and the world on mute, certain there was something just beyond the glass, making itself comfortable in the space between my heartbeats. There is a lie people tell themselves that goes something like this. Whatever is out there, it belongs to the night. As long as the sun is up, and there are kids in the parking lot, and someone's grilling 3 buildings over, you are safe. Bad things respect business hours. Shadows clock out at dawn. For a while, I let myself believe that too. It was my day off, a real one. No emergency call-ins, no shift swaps. I had slept in later than I meant to, then wandered around the apartment in sweatpants, like the kind of person whose biggest concern was whether to do laundry or not. Outside, the sky was a flat, bright blue, the kind you only get in the Midwest on days when the humidity forgets to show up. Sunlight hammered the parking lot, turning windshields into blank white flashes and making heat shimmer above the dark patches of asphalt. Somewhere down the row, someone had dragged a lawn chair out onto their balcony and was sunning themselves like it was a beach. From my open sliding door, I could hear life happening. Kids from the lower floors were playing in the strip of grass between the cars and the trees, their voices rising and falling in excited bursts. A girl shrieked with laughter as someone chased her. A plastic ball bounced off a bumper and rolled under an old minivan. One of the boys yelled, "Car!" in a tone that meant they were used to dodging fenders. Closer to the street, a lawnmower chugged as the maintenance guy did lazy stripes along the edge of the property. Birds argued in the trees. A dog barked, bored and hopeful, from a balcony a few units down. Every so often, a car pulled in or out, tires crunching over gravel, engines revving just a little too loud. Inside, my AC unit hummed steadily. The fridge cycled on and off. The TV was on in the living room, muted. A daytime talk show, flashing colors and captions across the screen. The microwave clock blinked 12:07 in cheerful green, reminding me I hadn't bothered to set it after the last tiny power hiccup. It was the first time in weeks I had relaxed without realizing it. The noise did that. The mess of sounds, overlapping and constant, made it easy to pretend that my little obsession with 1-second silences belonged to some other version of me. I made a sandwich. I ate half of it, standing at the counter. I thought about going out, maybe walking to the corner store, maybe just sitting on the balcony and letting the sun bake my bones. If you had asked me in that moment whether I thought anything was watching me, I would have laughed. Daytime was a shield. That was the rule. That was how it worked. And then, for the first time, it decided not to. It was small. It always is, at first. I was rinsing my plate, hot water running, the sound of it pattering in the sink, mixing with distant kids' laughter, and the mower, and some on-screen audience clapping silently on the TV. The tail end of a yell, "Hey, pass it!" The high whine of the mower, hitting a patch of thicker grass, the dog's bark, the hiss of water, it all cut off. The water from the tap still flowed, splashing visibly against the ceramic, but whatever little pocket in my brain registers, sound lost it for a beat. The kids' voices vanished. The mower went mute. The dog's bark stopped halfway through a syllable. Even the faint rush of traffic beyond the tree line folded shut like a book. The fridge, the AC, the TV, none of them flickered. The lights did not dim. The power, if you were looking at wires and circuits, stayed on. This was different. This was a mute button pressed on the world, not the grid. I froze, fingers slick with soap, plate half submerged. The sunlight coming through the balcony door did something wrong. It did not go dark. That would have been too obvious. Instead, it lost color. For that 1 second, the world outside the glass looked washed out, like someone had dragged a slider down on the saturation. The grass went from bright green to a dull, flat grayish tone. The red of a parked car's bumper turned almost brown. The kids' t-shirts, which had been neon bright a heartbeat before, dulled into pastels. Every shadow deepened, not in size, but in weight. The trees' shade thickened into something that looked like spilled ink. Then the sound came back, all at once. The mower roared mid-pass. The kids shrieked and laughed like nothing had happened. The dog barked, The traffic hissed. The water in the sink reclaimed its noise. My stomach turned over. I shut the tap off, the silence in the kitchen suddenly too sharp, and wiped my hands on a towel. I could have ignored it, told myself it was my ears popping, or a brief lapse of attention, or whatever people tell themselves when they do not want their day spoiled. Instead, I walked to the balcony. The sliding glass door was already cracked a little for air. I nudged it open with my fingertips, feeling the familiar stutter as it caught on the sticky part of the track, and stepped out. Heat slapped me in the face. The air outside smelled like cut grass, hot pavement, and the distant exhaust of the main road. Sunlight reflected off windows and chrome. The kids below were still playing, chasing the ball, their voices bright and normal. The maintenance guy pushed his mower in a lazy loop at the far edge of the lot, earbuds in, oblivious. I grabbed the balcony rail and leaned out just enough to see past the building's line. The strip of trees at the back of the lot swayed gently. Leaves rustled in a breeze I couldn't feel on my skin. Patches of light and shadow mottled the ground beneath them, and there, between two trunks, where the shade should have been the same as everywhere else, was a darker cut. If you took a photograph and someone drew a straight, vertical shape over part of it in a slightly deeper tone, it would look like that. A column of darkness, too straight, too even, with a top that flared just a little wider than the rest. It did not move. The branches around it did, their leaves flickering as the wind nudged them, casting shifting, complicated patterns on the ground. The darker band stayed still, defying the breeze. My brain did its usual thing, cataloged, compared, tried to find a file to put it in. Tree trunk, no bark texture. Utility pole, wrong spot, wrong height, no lines attached. Shadow from the building. The angle was wrong, and the rest of the building's shadow lay at least 10 feet from that spot. It was just there. A straight, vertical absence in the messy, organic picture of the lot. The top of it, where it met the canopy, rounded out and flared very slightly, just enough that if you had ever stared too long at a hooded silhouette in the woods, your breath might catch. A low sound rolled into my ears. It did not come from the street, or the mower, or the kids. It came from that stacked place at the back of my hearing, the one that remembered the hill. A hum, steady, low, like standing near a big transformer on a still day. It had no business being there under open blue sky, but there it was, threading itself through the afternoon. One of the kids kicked the ball too hard. It rolled toward the trees, bumping over the uneven grass. A boy ran after it, sneakers slapping. The hum climbed, just a little. A car passed on the street beyond, engine noise rising, tires hissing. As it crossed a point roughly behind the tree line, the sound of it broke. Like an audio file with a corrupted second, it went from a continuous vrrr to vrrr, a tiny, unnatural gap that my ears caught even if my brain wanted to smooth it out. The boy grabbed the ball before it reached the tree line and turned back, yelling something at his friends. They yelled back. None of them looked at the darker patch between the trunks. The shadow, if that is what it was, did not step out. It did not wave a hand, or flare brighter, or do anything that would make a rational person scream and drop their phone. It just stood there, denser than it had a right to be, listening. I realized, at some point during that too long minute, that my whole weight was leaning forward into the rail. If it gave way, I would have pitched right over it into the lot. My palms slicked with sweat on the warm metal. I stepped back. 1 step. 2. My breath came too fast, too shallow. The hum in my ears hung on for a few seconds longer, then tapered off like it had decided it made its point. The kids kept playing. The mower droned. The world pretended nothing had happened. I retreated into the apartment, sliding the door shut with more force than necessary. The latch clicked. I grabbed the blinds and yanked them down, slats rattling until they settled into their overlapping pattern, blocking out the view. The living room looked suddenly too small, too bright. Every noise in it, TV pictures, flickering silently, AC humming, felt thin. I had just turned away from the door, heart still looping a few beats behind reality, when the motion light outside my balcony snapped on. It burned white through the blinds, turning them into vertical bars of glow. The edges of the living room picked up the spill, shadows jerking as if someone had walked right up to the glass. My phone vibrated in my pocket at the same moment. I already knew what the screen would say before I pulled it out. Motion detected, balcony, person. For a second, the part of me that had once believed in rules, that daytime was safe, that distance mattered, waited for something like comfort. A raccoon, a neighbor, the maintenance guy, anything with a tax record and a pulse. I tapped the notification. The app opened to the most recent clip, time-stamped for the same minute I had been out there squinting into the trees. I hit play. The video was not black. I could have handled black. Black would have meant the camera had failed completely, that there was nothing, that the problem was purely technical. Instead, the frame was full of gray, soft, seething gray, like thick fog filmed on a cheap camera, or static smeared into a moving picture. No balcony rail, no cars, no trees, just shifting, granular nothing. Pixels crawling over each other, refusing to resolve into an image. The timestamp ticked from 14:23:11 to 14:23:12 and stopped. 1 second of video, no sky, no sunlight, no outline of a man or a child or a raccoon, just noise. The clip ended. The app returned me to the live view, which showed my balcony exactly as it should be. Rail, door, ripples of heat above parked cars, kids running, trees swaying. Pretty safe area, the manager had said when I moved in, nodding at the cameras. I sat down on the couch with my phone still in my hand. The afterimage of that gray, boiling frame stuck in my vision, and understood that whatever had walked up to my balcony did not care if the lights were on. It had learned how to be seen as static. That night, I did the dumbest possible thing for someone in my situation and put on a YouTube horror video about aliens. It was habit more than anything. I had come home from my shift, wired and tired in that way where you are too exhausted to sleep, but too jumpy to do anything useful. The apartment felt cramped. The blinds over the balcony door were shut tight. The motion light outside had stayed mercifully off since the daytime glitch. I microwaved something that called itself chicken and ate it without tasting it, then collapsed on the couch and let autoplay take the wheel. The TV glowed. A narrator with a deep, theatrical voice talked about true encounters and things in the sky that should not be there. Thumbnails on the sidebar were all variations of the same image. Streaks in the night, blurry shapes, eyes where there should not be eyes. The comments rolled underneath in an endless river of jokes and half fear. Aliens wouldn't come here. We're the Florida of the galaxy. If this happened to me, I would simply move to another planet. Lal Mao, I'd let the aliens take me. I'm tired. I watched the likes tick up and thought about how easy it was, from the outside, to treat this stuff like campfire stories. You hear about a light over some nowhere town and think, cool, content, not what if it never left. Around me, the apartment did its normal nighttime things. The AC in the wall rattled and hummed. The fridge in the kitchenette cycled low and steady. Some neighbor's TV droned through the wall, a laugh track leaking in muffled bursts. Far off, a siren wailed and faded. My phone lay face up on the coffee table, screen dark, the faint reflection of the TV dancing on it. The video on the TV shifted to a story about a 1970s sighting in rural West Virginia. The narrator said Flatwoods and emphasized it like it was a punchline. I was in the middle of deciding whether to let that name hang in the air or hit back on the remote when my phone lit up and started to ring. The sound of it sliced through the narrator's voice, through the hum of the AC, through everything. For a second, my brain treated it like a jump scare, pure, jolt you out of your skin adrenaline. The screen showed a name I had not seen there in a long time. Mark. Not a random number, not unknown caller, not a spam label. It was the contact I had tried weeks ago, the one the recording had told me was no longer in service. The familiar name sat above a familiar number, as if it had never gone dead. My first impulse was to ignore it, let it go to voicemail, let future me deal with whatever prank or glitch this was. My thumb hovered over the screen, not quite touching. The phone kept ringing, the image of Jess's text. My power just went out for a second. I am not talking about this again, flashed up from where my memory had filed it, unhelpful and loud. On the TV, the narrator was talking about a green fireball streaking across the sky. The word fireball blurred. I hit accept. Hello? No regular call connection sound. No little click of the line opening. Just straight into a low hiss in my ear, like someone holding a seashell up and telling me to listen to the ocean, except this ocean was made of broken radios and fluorescent lights. Mark? I said. Mark, is that you? The hiss thickened for a second. Underneath it, something else took shape. A faint hum, deep and steady. The same note that had crawled into my bones on the hill and in my kitchen. It vibrated against the inside of my ear, a pressure more than a sound. Hello? I said again. If this is a joke, it's not funny. The static shifted, rising and falling like breath. Here and there, tucked into the white noise rush, I heard fragments that did not belong. A soft shh, like something heavy being dragged slowly across a rough surface. A thin metallic screech, tinny and distant, like someone scraping a fork over the inside of a steel sink on the other side of a long hallway. They were faint, half swallowed by the hiss, but they were there. I pressed the phone harder to my ear without meaning to, as if getting closer to the speaker would make a difference. Mark, if you can hear me, say something. Where are you? For a moment, the static dipped. The hum swelled. Then, through all of it, something like a voice emerged. It was not clear. It sounded like it was coming from the far end of a tunnel full of broken speakers, hoarse, strained, warped by distance and interference. But the shape of it, its rhythm, the way it hit certain vowels, made something in my chest twist. I could not swear it was Mark. I can only tell you that my body decided it was. It. The word cut through the noise in a jagged whisper. Full owls. The rest got swallowed by a crackle. I shoved off the couch and stood up without realizing, heart pounding. What? I said. I can't hear you. Say it again. Silence did not fall. The line was anything but silent, but there was a tiny, sharpened space between the static peaks, like the call itself took a breath. The syllable barely made it through before the hiss surged again, fizzing against my jaw. I stepped toward the balcony door without thinking. Like the closer I got to the glass, the stronger the signal would be. On the TV behind me, the horror narrator's voice cut out mid-sentence. The picture flickered. The AC hesitated in the wall. "Follows what, Mark?" I said, my own voice shaking. "What follows? What are you talking about?" The hum in the line climbed. For a second, I could not tell if it was in the phone or in the apartment. Power. The last word scraped through. Each letter dragged over gravel. The pow! The rest disintegrated into a rush of static that made me flinch and pull the phone away from my ear. It was like standing too close to a speaker when someone unplugged the amp. Sharp, ugly, wrong. In that moment, the AC unit cut out completely. The fridge went quiet. The distant TV next door dropped. I could see the balcony blinds in front of me, slats closed, a dark shape behind them where the glass was. The motion light on the other side had not come on, yet. The phone stayed pressed between my fingers. The call had not ended. The timer on the screen ticked upward, numbers rolling. Under the static, the hum grew louder until it felt like it was pouring out of the speaker and into the room. For a heartbeat, the line on my end and the dead second silence of the building lined up perfectly. "Mark," I shouted, "if that's you, where are you?" For a split second, I swear to you, I thought I heard something else underneath everything. A voice that was not his. No words, just a low, amused exhale. The oral equivalent of someone tilting their head and deciding how interesting this experiment still was. Then the line popped. Not a click, not a regular disconnect, but a soft, overloaded pop like someone had yanked two live wires apart. The call screen dropped back to my recent calls list. My living room sounds came back in a rush. The TV resumed, the narrator's voice jumping mid-word. The AC kicked on, shuddering. Somewhere upstairs, the tiny horse of a toddler resumed running back and forth. I stood there, breathing hard, phone in hand, staring at the log. The most recent entry sat at the top. "Unknown," it said, even though I knew I had seen Mark on the screen when it rang. Duration: 00:01:32. 1 minute, 32 seconds. I thumbed it, hoping maybe the phone had saved more detail. It showed me the number, but the digits were grayed out. That vague, empty string of zeros carriers use when they do not feel like explaining what just happened. I hit call back anyway. "The number you have dialed," the recording said in its bland, automated tone, "is not in service. Please check the number," and I hung up. The TV yammered on in the background about haunted highways. My sandwich plate sat abandoned on the coffee table. The blinds over the balcony door stayed shut, but I could feel the space behind them like a pressure against my eyes. "It follows the power," I said out loud, because saying it might make it less real somehow. What the hell does that even mean? The answer, if there was one, was not interested in sharing itself. Later that night, after I had turned off the TV and sat in the dark for longer than I meant to, I opened the building's camera app. It had become a tick, like checking social media. See if anything new had decided to appear in static. There was a new notification in the log. System alert, temporary recording interruption. rear south lot, duration 0/01/29. The timestamp on it was from the previous night, not tonight's daylight visit, not the afternoon gray clip, the night before that at 2:13 in the morning. The same time I remembered standing in my kitchen, heart seized, while the world held its breath. I did the math without wanting to. 1 minute and 29 seconds of missing footage. 1 minute and 32 seconds of an unknown call from a number that should not have been able to ring in the first place. Close enough that my brain decided to close the gap. Whatever had spoken, or tried to, had not just reached for my phone. It had stretched itself across the same blackout in the cameras, riding the same dead space in the wires that it used when the lights blinked and the AC died and every machine in my vicinity forgot, for exactly as long as it needed, how to be loud. Once you hear, it follows the power. It is almost impossible not to see threads everywhere. The next few nights after the phantom call, sleep was more of a suggestion than an activity. I went through the motions, brush teeth, turn off lights, lie down, but my brain stayed lit, bright and ugly, replaying the same images over and over. Green light, tree line, static, the gray shape on my balcony camera. At some point, lying there in the half-dark, I remembered how casual the news anchor had been about the Columbus fireball. "We're getting more videos every minute," he had said, like talking about puppies instead of whatever had just streaked over my side of town. If they had aired 3 clips, that meant there were more. Lots more. The next day, on my next day off, I did what any idiot who has seen too much and still not enough would do. I opened my laptop and started collecting other people's glimpses of the thing that had crawled into my life. It was not hard to find them. People film anything even slightly unusual, and the internet makes sure it never really dies. I searched Columbus green meteor, Ohio fireball sky, crazy light last week, all the messy phrases people actually type. Video after video popped up. Phone footage from apartment balconies, from gas station lots, from someone's front yard where you could hear their dog freaking out. Some were vertical, some horizontal, some were decent quality, some were so blurry they could have been anything. I downloaded them anyway. Every angle felt like another chance to catch the thing in the corner of the frame. I pulled them into free editing software and started doing what the horror channels always brag about, analyzing frame by frame. Only this time, there was no narration, no deep voice, no like and subscribe. Just me, my frayed nerves, and too much time. First pass, I watched each clip normal speed, same story every time. Sky, voices, 1 or 2 whoas, the streak of green slicing across, then cheers, laughter, or scared swearing. Second pass, I slowed them down. Quarter speed, 1/8, frame advance. The fireball moved differently in each because of angles and exposure, but certain things were constant. The flare when it first appeared, the way it burned brightest near the middle, the slight bloom of light just before it vanished at the horizon. That was the part I cared about. I stopped scrubbing at the start and started playing only the last half second of each clip, over and over. In the better ones, where the cameraman had stayed relatively still, you could see the surroundings clearly in those final frames. Roofs, antennae, tree lines, billboards. The tree lines bothered me the most. The Columbus horizon is full of them. Those thin bands of taller trees people plant to pretend the edge of a subdivision is nature. In several videos, the fireball disappeared behind one of those bands. I picked one clip where the trees were particularly clear. A guy had filmed from his backyard, standing still, his phone braced on top of a fence post. The sky was a deeper blue, the trees a jagged black strip, the fire arc neat and bright. I froze the frame where the meteor vanished, then brightened it, bumping the exposure until the grain showed. Contrast up. Shadows crushed. Highlights pulled. The trees resolved into slightly more than silhouettes. I could see individual branches, gaps in the canopy, the uneven line where leaves broke against the sky. At the very edge of the fireball's path, right where its last flash spilled over the treetops, there was a flicker. One frame where the light illuminated something that was not quite part of the foliage. It could have been nothing. A compression artifact, a smear. But I zoomed anyway. The something lived in a tiny cluster of pixels just above the tree line, where the last burst of light from the meteor reached. In that single, overexposed frame, the glow reflected off the tops of the leaves and off a shape that did not taper or fork like branches. A narrow, vertical smear captured more light than the trees around it. The bottom bloomed a hair wider. The top flared out, not as dramatically as a drawn hood, but enough that the silhouette, in miniature, rhymed with the thing I had seen on that hill. Next frame, gone. The shape blended back into the canopy, whatever outline it had swallowed by darkness and noise. I told myself it was a trick of the eye, that if you stare long enough at random dots, you'll see saints, or faces, or monsters. Then I opened another clip. Different neighborhood, different camera, same fireball, slow motion, last frames, brightness up, contrast up, there, again, just at the edge of where the fire cut out. A fleeting, thinner, straighter darkness against the reflected glow. The bottom suggested width. The top suggested spread. I started keeping a tally in the notebook I had used for my silence experiments. Clip 3, backyard, yes, left of center, barely. Clip 5, gas station, maybe, reflection in glass. Clip 7, intersection cam, yes, near traffic light, 2 frames. Not every clip had it. Lots were too shaky, too blown out, too compressed, but enough did that I stopped feeling stupid for looking. And then I made my second mistake. I widened the search. It started with suggested videos. Remember the green fireball over Kentucky? Crazy meteor over Kansas 2017. Huge green light over Texas skies. The thumbnails were all the same. Streaks, streaks, streaks. They were separated by years and miles. Different cities, different cameras, different people filming from parking lots and porches and fields. I told myself I just wanted to see how similar the colors were, how the brightness compared. But once you know what kind of stain to look for, you start seeing it on old walls. In a clip from Missouri 4 years ago, a green fireball arced low over a stretch of highway. The dash cam caught it reflecting off the distant tree line. In the last bright flare before it vanished, something straight and narrow seemed to stand just apart from the forest, visible for exactly 2 frames before it blended back in. In a video from a highway rest stop in another state, someone had filmed the meteor over a patch of scrub and a single leaning radio tower. The tower snagged the last of the light. At its base, near the ground, the reflection splashed over something that wasn't part of the steel lattice. It was just a thicker patch of shadow, topped with a tiny, irregular protrusion. A hood, or rust, or a signpost. My brain and my fear argued over it, while my finger advanced frame by frame, again and again. Certain frames looked wrong. Not enough to convince anyone in a court or a lab. Enough to convince the one person who had already seen the shape in the flesh, or whatever passed for flesh. Straight, edge flared, base wider than it should be. Sometimes it was at the edge of the trees, sometimes in an open field. Once, disturbingly, it seemed to be separate from the ground altogether, a darker patch hanging for a moment over a hill in the distance. I stopped thinking of it as one thing. The idea slid in slowly, like a fog bank. It was not the shadow, not one solitary creature that had survived the fall in my town, then moved to Columbus, then decided to call me on my own phone. It was more like a template, a shape something favored, stamped again and again wherever the green fire cut through the sky. What if the meteor is not the event, just the door? What if every time the atmosphere tears and burns like that, something else slips in alongside the rock? Not always, not in every case, but often enough that if you stack enough footage together, the pattern begins to show through the noise. It was not just West Virginia, not just Ohio. It had been skimming along the upper atmosphere for years, maybe decades, dropping pieces of itself wherever the sky burned the right way. The laptop screen in the dark of my living room felt too bright, too present, like a window I had opened without checking what was on the other side. My eyes ached. The lines of pixels crawled. I closed the editing windows, shut the browser, watched my desktop icons return. For a long moment, I just sat there, fingers on the trackpad, listening. The apartment sounds were all there. AC pushing tired air, fridge humming low, the faint whir of my laptop's fan, neighbors talking through the wall, words muffled into nonsense. I clicked shut down. The laptop whirred, screen dimming, icons disappearing, until there was nothing but black. The keyboard light winked out. The fan spun down. The plastic casing cooled under my palms. The room fell into a softer darkness. Only the light from the kitchen over the stove bled in. A yellow rectangle painting part of the floor and the edge of the couch. Everything else was shadow and television-shaped rectangle and the faint gleam of the balcony door handle. I stood up, more to prove to myself that I could than because I had anywhere to go, and took a few steps into the middle of the living room. And then the world did what it does now. It paused. The AC cut out mid-cycle. The fridge went quiet. The hallway fan outside my door wound down. Light stayed. Electricity stayed. But sound bled away. All the little human noises taken off stage together for their scheduled break. Most times, the hum in my head follows the blackout and stops when the machines come back. This time, it behaved differently. As the apartment fell into that impossible stillness, the hum rose and kept rising. It swelled, low and steady, not a tone in the air, but a pressure in the walls. I could feel it in my feet through the floor, in my teeth, in the hinge of my jaw. It vibrated the space behind my eyes. My breath faltered, unwilling to move against it. 1 second stretched into 2, 2 into 3. The usual snapback did not come on cue. The machines stayed off. The fridge compressor did not cough awake. The AC did not rush in to fill the gap. The world stayed muted, while the hum sat heavy and patient, like someone leaning their weight against the other side of the drywall. It felt, for the first time, not like it was sliding past, taking advantage of whatever gaps it could find. It felt like it was standing still, right there, as close as it could get. My skin crawled. The space between me and and the balcony door twisted, unseen, like heat on distant asphalt. My ears rang. My fingers tingled. I thought stupidly about the number of green streaks I had seen on my laptop screen that night, all of them reduced to data and pixels. Footage, rewinds, filters. Little rectangles of other people's fear or wonder, compressed and shared and replayed. The hum thickened around the shape of that thought. Then, all at once, the house noises rushed back in a jumble. The AC snapped on so hard it rattled the window. The fridge jolted into its growl. The hallway fan whined up. Somewhere on another floor, someone's toilet tank refilled with a loud, gurgling rush. The hum did not vanish. It stepped back, deferred. I exhaled, a sound that came out more like a choke. Behind me, on the coffee table, the dark shell of my powered-down laptop sat where I had left it. Screen closed, no lights on, no fan noise. From that direction, barely audible under the normal sounds, came a noise like someone dragging a dull piece of metal lightly across plastic. A thin, tinny reek, brief and deliberate, from the back of the lid, as if a fingernail, or something that had learned to imitate one, had tested the surface, curious how well this new kind of doorway might hold a mark. This is where I am now, sitting at the little kitchen table in my third-floor apartment in Columbus, Ohio, with a cheap laptop in front of me and the glow from the over-the-stove light doing most of the work. The AC in the wall under the living room window is humming, pushing lukewarm air. The fridge behind me is doing that low, rolling growl it always does right before it kicks off. Somewhere through the wall, my neighbor's TV is playing something with canned laughter, just loud enough that I can tell when the audience is supposed to be entertained, not loud enough for me to know why. The hallway fan outside my door whirs in a tired, circular way, blowing stale air down a corridor that always smells like somebody else's cooking and bleach. The laptop fan is a faint whisper under my wrists. If I stop typing, I can hear the occasional car outside on the main road, a soft rush of tires on asphalt, a distant horn when someone gets annoyed. That is the soundtrack while I am typing this sentence, while I am typing it to you. I have tried to tell this story to the kinds of people you are supposed to tell things to. I sat in a therapist's office once, in one of those chairs that is just uncomfortable enough to keep you from falling asleep, and I almost said it. I almost said, sometimes all the machines in whatever room I am in stop together, and I think something uses that second to move closer. Instead, I said I was having trouble sleeping, that I get anxious when the power flickers, that I do not like the dark. She nodded and asked me about my childhood and suggested breathing exercises and grounding techniques. I thought about going to the police after the phone call from Mark's dead number, thought about walking into a station, asking for the oldest guy on the force and saying, "Remember the stories about Flatwoods? I think they left something out." But cops need a different thing than therapists. Therapists need you to want to get better. Cops need you to bring them evidence. Both of them need you to sound sane when you speak. I do not have recordings that survive, or footprints that look good in photographs. What I have are missing seconds, static, and a pattern nobody wants. So I am here instead, at my kitchen table, writing this to be read in a voice that is not mine, on a channel that makes thumbnails with spooky fonts and titles that sound like bait. I know how it works. I watch the same videos you do. I know how the narrator's voice will lean into certain words, how the background music will pulse when the scary part hits. I am not pretending I am better than any of that. I am using it because what I need is not a diagnosis or a case file. I need this thing to live somewhere outside my head. I need someone who is not me to know that this happened, that it is still happening, that it might happen to them. I am not trying to heal. I am trying to record. You, right now, wherever you are part of the point. Maybe you are in bed, phone on your chest, or on the pillow next to you, headphones in. There is a fan somewhere in your room doing its best. Your AC vents are sighing quietly, pushing conditioned air. Your fridge is humming down the hall, cycling on now and then. Maybe there is traffic outside your window, the distant hiss of tires, the occasional rev of some idiot's muffler. Maybe you are on a couch in a small apartment, like me, with a TV screen reflecting in your windows, and somebody upstairs walking back and forth because their life does not care that you are trying to listen to horror. Maybe you have the dishwasher going, or a dryer, tumbling clothes in a closet. Every sound is its own little proof that your world is moving the way it is supposed to. Maybe you are in your car, parked somewhere half lit, heater on, or AC, depending on the season. The engine off, but the fan running. The dash lights glowing faintly. You can hear the blower, the click of your hazard lights if you left them on. Music turned low behind this narration. Take 1 second and actually listen to whatever is in the background right now. Not my voice, not the story, the other stuff. The hums, the whirs, the fans, the compressor in the fridge, the old building's air handler, the bus engine idling down the block. Now here is the part I am trying to give shape to for you. Every building, every house, every vehicle has a moment where all of that takes a breath together. One tiny perfect second where the AC cycles off, but the heater has not kicked on yet, where the fridge pauses between grinds, where the fan coasts just long enough to be silent before the next spin. The machines do not coordinate on purpose, but they line up more often than you notice. If you ever stand very still and listen for it, you will hear it sooner than you want to. I do not think that second is empty. I think something uses it. I think whatever came down near Flatwoods in the 1950s, whatever rode the green fireball into the hill behind my old high school, whatever has been showing up as a gray ghost on roadside meteor clips for the last 20 years, learned that the easiest way to move through our world without tripping our instincts is to step into the gaps we make for ourselves. We built a planet full of humming boxes and spinning fans and digital noise, and in between every on and off, there is a slice of pure, exposed space. That is the space I am talking about. The one I have been writing down in my notebook. The one my body recognizes before my brain does. The place between heartbeats where the hum gets louder and the air feels thick. And if I am lucky, all I hear is the faint drag of something heavy on concrete. Right now, as I type this line, the AC is still on. The fridge is still working. The neighbor's TV just hit a commercial break. My laptop fan is a steady whisper under my palms. I am aware of every one of them, like I am counting lifelines. I know there is going to be a moment while I am writing this where they all stop together. Because that is how my days are now. Because it does not like being ignored. I am not going to go back and edit that moment out. If this gets read to you as audio, you will not hear it the way I do. The recording will smooth it over. The mic will pick up some of it, maybe, but not the way my spine will. The real difference is inside the person in the room, not the file. All I can do is describe it when it happens. The fridge just clicked louder for a second, like it is thinking about it. The AC shuddered. The hallway fan outside my door is whining a little, bearings tired. On the other side of the wall, somebody laughs at something on TV that is not funny. The blinds over the balcony door are closed, but I know exactly how many steps it would take to reach them. If you are listening in bed, there is probably a point in this story where your eyes want to close and your body wants to drift. That is fine. I am not here to tell you to stay awake. I just want you to notice, at least once, the tiny exact second when your fan, your fridge, your vents all take the same breath. There. The AC in the wall cut off mid-hum. The fridge behind me stopped growling. The hallway fan went from whir to nothing. Even the neighbor's TV dropped out for a beat. Laughter chopped clean. The laptop stayed on. The cursor kept blinking. My fingers hovered over the keys, but did not move. The apartment fell into that carved-out quiet I have been trying to explain. A little pocket of vacuum inside a living building. I could not hear the city. I could not hear my own heartbeat. I could feel it, but the sound of it was gone, stolen with everything else. The air in the kitchen thickened, like I had suddenly stepped into a crowded elevator where everyone was holding their breath. Through the wall, the silence pressed in from every direction. For that 1 second, there was room for something else to stand up and stretch. I felt it before I heard the click. Out beyond the blinds, on the other side of the glass, the motion light over my balcony snapped on. I knew it by the way the shadow of the doorframe jumped across the linoleum, by the white glare bleeding around the edges of the slats. The light only comes on when something moves under it, when the sensor gets tripped. All the machines roared back at once, AC coughing awake, fridge rattling, hallway fan catching, neighbor's TV slicing into a new sentence. The balcony light stayed on. On my laptop screen, in the middle of this paragraph, the words, "It just happened again," sit exactly where my hands caught up with what my body already knew. I am not stopping. I am not calling anyone. I am not getting up to look. I am going to finish putting this down while it is still standing wherever it stands when the world pauses for it. At some point, not getting up would have been worse than whatever was waiting. My fingers were still resting on the keys when the balcony light came on. The shadow of the door frame stretched across the kitchen floor in a new, sharper angle. I watched it out of the corner of my eye for a full 10 seconds, pretending I could keep typing through it. I could not. The chair squealed against the linoleum when I pushed back. The sound felt too loud in the aftermath of that stolen second, like I was drawing attention to myself in a room I no longer trusted. My legs did not feel like they belonged to me. Each step toward the counter where my phone lay was oddly heavy, footprints sticking to the floor, socks catching on imperfections in the tile. The air was warm, but my skin had gone clammy. Sweat cooled too fast on my back, damp under my shirt, and made the cheap fabric cling. The phone sat face up next to the notebook I had been using for my little experiment logs. The screen was lit from the notification that had dragged my eyes away from the laptop. A familiar banner at the top. Motion detected. Balcony. Unknown object. Not person. Not even motion. They had pushed an update to the system a few months earlier, bragging about enhanced AI detection. People. Pets. Packages. Vehicles. I had never seen unknown object before. It stared back at me in tiny, friendly font, like a label slapped on a specimen jar. My hand hovered over the phone for a second. stupidly aware of my own sweat slicking the glass before I even touched it. I wiped my palm on my jeans, picked it up, and unlocked the screen. The building's camera app icon sat where it always did, too close to my thumb from opening it too often. I tapped it. The live view took a moment to load, as if whatever was on the other side needed time to put on its face. When the image finally resolved, it looked almost insultingly ordinary. Rear south lot, nighttime mode, grainy, monochrome. The sodium vapor lights painted the top of every parked car in flat gray, their sides falling to black. The paint lines of the lot were ghostly stripes. The building's rear wall carved a solid block into the left side of the frame. My balcony rail was just barely visible at the very top, a faint horizontal bar. The strip of trees at the back of the lot was a jagged, darker band, moving slightly as the wind played with the leaves. A trash can near the edge of the pavement sat with its lid askew. Nothing else. No person, no raccoon, no wandering neighbor, just a lot, and some trees, and the sense of every blood vessel in my body constricting in slow motion. I almost backed out right then. I could have told myself the motion sensor had tripped on a moth, or a big bug, or some glitch in the wiring, and gone back to my laptop to finish this confession and let that be the end of it. Instead, I watched. The exposure shifted. It is a subtle thing on these kinds of cameras. There is no dramatic iris closing like in movies. The software quietly decides that what you are looking at is too bright or too dark and nudges sliders behind the scenes. The background, the depth of the lot, the far corners, the edges of the building sank slowly into a deeper black, losing detail. The foreground, the patch of cracked pavement directly under my balcony, the top rails of nearby cars, brightened a shade, gaining definition. The trees in that middle distance band became less fuzz and more shape. Individual clumps of leaves separated themselves from the mass. Gaps between trunks grew more obvious, and at the left edge of the tree line, where the glow from the nearest parking lot light bled the weakest, something was darker than it should have been. At first, it was easy to pretend it was nothing. Just a denser patch of shadow, a trick of the camera, but as the algorithm made up its mind and the sensors committed, the darker patch stopped behaving like shadow. It was too straight. The trunks around it were irregular, some thicker, some thinner, all branching off into random angles. This thing was a vertical column that did not taper, the edges running almost cleanly from top to bottom. The top flared. Not by much. Just enough that, as the camera pulled more light into the foreground, the upper edge of the dark patch showed a tiny curve outward, a suggestion of a rounded hood where there should have been nothing but irregular leaves. The bottom bled into the undergrowth. The line where it met the ground was fuzzy, looser, as if the shape widened slightly into something that spread over the grass instead of ending neatly on it. It stood there, absolutely still, while the branches around it shifted and rattled in the wind. The app chimed softly. A new little label slid onto the bottom of the screen. Unknown object detected. It offered me options in neat little buttons. Dismiss, report, ignore this type. As if I could simply tell it with one tap to stop noticing. There was no audio on the feed. There never is. These are cheap cameras with no reason to listen. And yet, as I stared at that darker column in the gray mess of the trees, my ears filled with sound that did not come from the speaker. The low hum rose in the back of my skull again. That same note that has threaded itself through everything since the hill. A bass vibration under my thoughts, neither in the room nor in the phone, but somehow in both. Over it, a faint sizzle began to build. The brain's idea of static, like the space between stations on an old radio. Somewhere inside that, so small I might have imagined it, came a click. Not from the phone, not from the apartment's bones. A tiny relay sound, like some unseen switch being thrown. The darker patch at the tree line did not move. The camera did. Not physically. There is no pan or tilt on these things. But the automatic adjustment shifted again, this time pulling even more attention into the nearest planes. The cars under my balcony snapped into sharper contrast. The rail at the top of the frame brightened. For one brief moment, the camera and whatever was standing at the edge of the trees seemed to agree on a middle ground. The image stuttered. Just one frame. The darker column at the back brightened. Not fully, not generously, but enough that the front of whatever it was caught the faint burn of the lot light. In that frame, the straight dark became something else. A pale round shape floated in the center of the hooded top, off-white against the gloom. Not glowing, not clean, but solid enough that the fuzz around it made sense. Two deeper pits where eyes should be stared straight ahead, black in the night vision. There was no mouth, no nose, just that wide, too smooth face and those pits, like someone had taken the memory of a face and simplified it until only look remained. The frame froze. My thumb, slick with sweat, slipped on the glass, but it was not my hand that stopped the feed. The app itself seemed to choke. The little loading wheel spun for a second, then stuttered and froze along with the image. For an instant, my entire world shrank down to a rectangle of grainy gray in my hand, with that blurred white circle and twin black holes in its center, half formed in a sea of static. Then the phone burned. Heat flooded the back of it, sudden and intense, like I had left it on a dashboard in August. I hissed and almost dropped it. The screen flickered, the frozen image tearing in digital artifacts. A jag of corrupted pixels ran diagonally across the frame. The AC in the wall died. The fridge coughed, then fell silent. The hallway fan unwound to stillness. The machines in the apartment fell off their cliff together. And this time, the drop lasted longer than any I had felt before. 1 second, 2, 3. The app crashed. The screen went black, then flashed the phone's logo as it rebooted without me telling it to. The device in my hand felt like a living thing, breathing heat into my palm, humming faintly. Around me, the apartment held its breath. The world had cut to dead air, and the hum in my head filled every inch of it, loud enough that I had to grit my teeth. I did not move. I did not turn my head toward the balcony door. I did not try to listen for drag, or footstep, or metal scraping. The hum sat heavy and steady, like it knew I knew, and was satisfied. When the AC finally kicked back on, the rush of air sounded wrong, like static dressed as comfort. The fridge groaned awake. The hallway fan spun up, blades whining. The neighbor's toilet flushed. Life resumed, or pretended to. The phone finished rebooting. The screen asked for my passcode like nothing had happened. I did not open the camera app again. I am telling you this as plainly as I can. That was the last time I checked the live view. Not because I did not want proof, or answers, or some shard of sanity to cling to. Because standing there, in that too long silence, holding a device that had just served as both peephole and conduit, I finally understood something simple and cold. It does not need me to watch it to know where I am. You and I are not in the same room, but I know something about the room you are in. Maybe it is a bedroom in a quiet suburb, walls painted some neutral color, carpet worn flat where you walk the most. The central AC hums through the vents, pushing cooled air in a slow, constant sigh. Outside your window, there might be a cul-de-sac, a single street lamp, a couple of parked cars. Beyond that, a line of trees you tell yourself is there for privacy. Maybe it is an apartment in a city, 3 or 4 floors up, with traffic sliding by below, like a river made of headlights. Sirens flare and fade somewhere deeper in the grid. Your neighbor's TV bleeds through the wall in a thin strip of sound. A window unit rattles in its frame. Someone in the building above you drops something heavy and swears. Maybe you are in your car, parked in a half-lit lot, outside your job, outside a grocery store, outside an apartment complex that is not yours. Your phone is connected to the stereo, my voice coming through the speakers while your engine idles quietly or sits off, battery feeding the fan. The dashboard glows a soft, patient orange or blue. You can hear the air moving through the vents, the faint tick of cooling metal, the muffled sound of other people's doors opening and closing. Wherever you are, your soundscape probably looks something like mine. The fridge hums. The AC vent hisses. The heater clicks as it cycles when it is cold out. The ice maker in the freezer groans and drops a load with a clatter you are used to ignoring. A bathroom fan drones down the hall. A box fan by your bed pushes air in a dull, repetitive rush. Someone's TV or laptop mutters in another room. Out beyond your walls, traffic whispers, tires on asphalt, a distant horn, maybe a train if you live near tracks. All of that blends together into the noise you call normal. It is the static backdrop you put other things on top of. Music, conversations, sleep. You only notice it when it stops. That is the whole point. You have been listening to me talk about this for a while now, so I will say it as simply as I can. All those little sounds you take for granted are not just proof that your life is ticking along. They are camouflage for something else. They are the curtain across the stage. Underneath them, between them, there is a shape. I am not going to tell you what to name it. Monster sounds childish. Entity sounds pretentious. Visitor sounds too polite. Whatever you call it, it has been here longer than anyone currently alive and smarter than anyone currently in charge. It does not roar. It does not stomp. It does not rattle chains or slam doors for the fun of it. That is movie logic. That is the stuff that sells jump scares and Halloween decorations. The thing I am talking about hunts in the part of your day you do not even register. It lives in the gaps, between the trees behind your subdivision, between the back of the grocery store's lot and the first line of woods, between the glow of the gas station canopy and the dark ditch beyond, between one sodium streetlight and the next. But more than that, between your machines turning on and off, between your fridge clicking off and your heater kicking on, between the AC stopping and the fan starting, between one building's pulse of electricity and the next. It does not need you to walk into the woods at night. It does not need you to go camping, to hike, to be stupid, to trespass. It comes along highways on the back of meteors, stepping out of green fire where nobody really wants to look too closely. It rides down power lines, clings to towers, waits behind the tree line, at the edge of small towns until the town grows, and then it just moves its habits closer. It follows the power. That is what I heard, through static, from a voice I will probably go to my own grave believing was Mark's. It rides the flickers, the hiccups, the brownouts, the moments when the grid stutters. Every time the news shows a streak of green tearing across the sky and calls it a light show, it might be nothing. It might just be a rock burning itself out. Or it might be another door, opening and closing so fast that the only sign is a darker line in the reflection on someone's grainy phone footage. Every time your lights blink and your appliances restart and your clocks are suddenly blinking 12 hours again, maybe it is just aging infrastructure and cheap wiring. Or maybe something has just walked through your walls while every machine you own politely looked away. Every time you're in a building, office, store, school, house, and all the background noise drops out at once, I want you to remember what I am telling you. There is a second in every place you have ever lived, where all the machines take the same breath. I do not care if you live in a farmhouse or a high-rise. There is a pause, a held note, a gap. I do not think that second is empty. I do not think it ever was. I am not here to give you safety tips. I am not going to say, do not go camping, or do not live near tree lines, or do not look at the sky when someone yells about a fireball. People have been doing all that for as long as there have been people. Some of us made it this far anyway. Some of us did not. I am not going to tell you to move if your window looks out over a patch of woods or a retention pond or the back of a mall. I am not going to tell you to sleep with the lights on or to get rid of every machine in your house and live like it is 1820. None of that would fix the thing I am talking about. You would just be alone with it in a quieter room. The only thing I can give you is a way to recognize when it is closest. Think about how you picture being hunted. You probably imagine footsteps behind you, twigs breaking, a breath on your neck, a growl, something obvious, something you can put in a story. Noise. What if that is wrong? What if the thing that has been stepping out of green fire onto hillsides and into tree lines for the last 70 years has learned that the easiest way to get close is to wait for the moment you have trained yourself not to notice, because you think nothing is happening. When it comes, it does not announce itself with a scream. It waits until your fridge, your AC, your fan, your neighbor's TV, the highway outside, all agree for one heartbeat that they are tired. It waits for the building to forget, briefly, how to sound alive. Then it moves. I want you to imagine one of those seconds. Really imagine it. You are lying in bed. The box fan on the dresser is your white noise machine. The AC has been running for hours. The fridge in the kitchen cycles on and off. The neighbor upstairs is playing something through a sound bar with too much bass. And then, the fan keeps spinning, but the sound of it vanishes for a beat. The AC stops mid-breath. The fridge cuts. The neighbor's bass drops out. The traffic outside becomes a silent river of light. In that carved-out second, you might feel your own heart hesitate. You might feel the air in your room go thick, like humidity with no heat. You might feel the hair on your arms lift, as if it is reaching. That is the second I am talking about. That is the second it uses. It does not need you to rush to the window. It does not need you to go out on your balcony, or step into the hallway, or walk to the edge of the lot. It already knows where you are. You carry that information around in your power usage, in your phone's charge cycle, in the way your devices talk to the grid, the meteors you see on the news, the ones your local anchors laugh about, the ones that get turned into TikToks and reaction videos. Those are its travel notices. The flickers in your lights, the short brownouts nobody bothers to report, the way your building's cameras skip exactly 1 second right when you felt watched. Those are it taking inventory. I am back where I started now, at this kitchen table. The AC is on. The fridge is humming. The hallway fan is whirring. The neighbor's TV is leaking some game show through the wall. My laptop cursor is blinking at the end of this line. There is probably a point, listening to this, where you forgot the room around you. Maybe you were just in the story. Maybe you did not notice your own background noise for a while. That is fine. That is the trap of any good story. Here is my last piece of honesty for you. I am not sharing this to be believed. I do not expect evidence people to be satisfied, or therapists to nod, or skeptics to do anything but roll their eyes. I am sharing this so that if it ever chooses you, you at least recognize the moment it steps into your life. I am about to put the last period on this whole mess, close the laptop, and send it off to someone who will read it in a calm voice over eerie music and a slideshow of stock footage. You will decide if you believe a word of it. That part is not up to me. What is up to me is this: putting the thought in your head so it is there if you ever need it. I am typing the last sentence now. The AC is still humming. The fridge is still. Everything goes black. Not just sound this time. The kitchen light snaps off. The glow from under the stove dies. The laptop screen blanks. The hum from the AC and the fridge and the hallway fan and the neighbor's TV all slice away in one clean cut. The darkness is thick, complete, the kind that erases depth. It feels like standing inside the pupil of an eye. In that dark, in that absolute, finally honest silence, I hear a sound right outside my apartment door. Shh. Just once. A soft drag, like something heavy brushing over the cheap hallway carpet. Not hurrying, not testing, just arriving. On the table in front of me, my phone vibrates once. It should be dead. The battery hit 1% an hour ago. I watched it fade. I never plugged it back in. The screen stays dark. The vibration is weak, like the echo of a missed call you never get to see. The power surges back. The kitchen light flares. The fridge coughs awake. The AC shutters on. The laptop screen comes back to life. Cursor still sitting at the end of this line. You are still listening. So I will leave you with this, and then I am done. If, sometime tonight, everything in your place stops at once, the fan, the fridge, the heater, the traffic, do not rush to the window. Whatever you hear in that carved out second was already on its way, long before you ever pressed play on this story.